all for being here.
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 Still need to say it out loud.
Here.
Presente.
Here.
Here. Here. So do we have any public comment? All right, then I will adjourn to closed session. Special meeting. Special meetings closed. It's a closed session. This is recess to closed session. This is the first. Then there's a second one. Elizabeth. How- Thank you. You're going to speak in a few minutes here. We are going to call this meeting to order.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. We appreciate all of you from our community being here this evening. We are in violation of the fire marshal code right now. We're going to open up a room for you for overflow in a few minutes. We cannot keep this number of people in the hallway or in the room. It's not legal for us to do this. I want you to understand that we have 2 resolutions on our agenda when we open, and that is for Elliott, Black History Month, and then I believe one for Fred Korematsu. So that's going to happen. Nobody can make public comment until we come back from closed session at 7:45. So if you would like to step out and take a break and come back at 7:45, that's when we'll start public comment for other things on the agenda. That will give us time to set up the overflow rooms for you so that you will have enough space to be comfortable and see the meeting on our WebEx boards.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. Or when are- Yeah.
Yeah, so the other room in 229 will be set up in about 5 minutes. Again, we cannot have this number of people in the boardroom. It's over the capacity that we're allowed to have in here.
Okay. Hello? Hello. We're going to need to go into the spillover room, overflow room down the hall. It will be ready in 5 minutes. But this is not a safe atmosphere right now. So we're going to have to exit to the overflow room. 229. It'll be set up in 5 minutes. Okay. Good.
If you're not sitting in a chair, you're going to have to go to the overflow room. I will check and see if we could have 2 overflow rooms.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe there will also be some more chairs after we do the Elliott resolution, because I don't expect our Elliott staff to want to spend the night here after their first day of school. So when there is more chairs, we'll let some of you come back in to where you see the Elliott staff sitting when we go to open session.
It's really going to help us out if people can go out into the hall for the spillover room, because we have students sitting on the floor here that should not be on the floor. It's not safe for everyone in this room. It's ready? The spillover room is ready. The overflow room is ready, and if everybody who does not have a seat, there has to be seats here. And what about our kids on the floor? Yes. So our students who are sitting here, I think there's some seats for you to sit in, if that's okay. It's a lot safer. So if you're speaking later after closed session, there is a spillover room.
So, good evening. We are going to, we've opened 229. We realize that that's still not enough space for everybody that wants to be here. We're going to open another room in our Family Engagement Center and set up another WebEx board. In the meantime, if you don't have a seat, you really shouldn't be in here because we don't have enough space, and we want to make sure a few people could stand in the back. The hallways have to be clear. People can stand on the sides of the hallways until we get the other room set up. But again, I want you to know, we're not going to be taking public comment for the regular agenda until 7:45. So you may, unless you have something on these first three resolutions that you want to make a comment about, you might want to leave, maybe you don't want to lose your seat, but if you're standing and come back at 7:45, I think in the other room we're opening, we'll be able to fit about 20 more people, 20 to 25 more people, and that will be all the overflow space that we have. We have to keep the hallways clear. We have to follow the fire marshal's rules. They can see what's going on in here, and they will come and they will shut the meeting down. So I really need your cooperation and support. And, we're glad that you're here as a community with us, but we have to follow the rules for everyone's safety.
Okay, the meeting is going to begin. Call to order.
Here.
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 Presente.
Here.
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 Here. Did you call me?
We're moving on to item B, Resolution 2800, our commitment to rebuilding Elliott Arts Magnet. Oh, where's the pledge? There's no pledge here. We're going to do it later. Resolution 2800, our commitment to rebuilding Elliott Arts Magnet. Do I have a motion and a second?
I move approval.
I'll second. Do we have public comment on Elliott? And how many do we have, clerk?
We have 14.
Okay, I am going to ask that we do 2 minutes per public comment, and we can start.
Erica Peters, followed by Audrey Rivers.
Go ahead. Turn it, yeah.
Superintendent Dr. Blanco, School Board President Jennifer Hawley, and all those present tonight. I am here to ask you to adopt Resolution 2800 to commit to rebuild Elliott Arts Magnet. My name is Dr. Erica Peters, and I am the instructional coach at Elliott Arts Magnet. We lost our home on January 8th. Our school community watched their school burn on TV. The district needs to commit to rebuild our school. We are a community and deserve to have our school rebuilt. Our kids need to see that the district is committed to their future and rebuilding our home. Elliott history deserves to be preserved. Please adopt Resolution 2800.
Audrey Rivers, then Molly Leaf.
Good evening, board members. I am a former resident of Altadena on East Mendocino, and I came here to support Elliott in every way, shape, or form. Thank you. Please pass Resolution 2800. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Molly Leaf, and I'm the drama teacher of Elliott Arts. As you probably know, our theater tragically burned 3 weeks ago. And the theater was a space where our students just didn't sing and dance and act. They felt like they had a second home, one they felt safe in, one where they had a voice. and they had a place where they could advocate for themselves and be a family. The arts is not just something kids do after school for fun. It's, for many kids, their church. It's their family. It's a place where they can be who they are. One of my 7th grade students just had gotten the lead in the school musical Shrek. She's Princess Fiona. Her dad is our guidance counselor, Mr. Jody Simmons. Jody has 5 kids. 4 days after they lost their home, Jolie sent me an email and said, "Miss Leaf, I'm kind of bored. Should I be getting off book?" That's why we need our theater back, and we need it back bigger and even better than it was before.
Lori Tolorian.
Good evening, Board President Hawley, Superintendent Blanco, members of the board, SLT, and our PUSD family. My name is Lori Tolumian, principal of Marshall Fundamental, former principal at Elliott. And I am here once again in support of Resolution 2800, the commitment to rebuild and restore Elliott Arts Magnet. I didn't think I would have to come back a second time because, quite honestly, I thought the resolution would pass unanimously, and we were all going to cheer and clap with joy. That didn't happen. Perhaps we needed to have more folks here to show everyone how much this means to current, past, and even future Elliott Arts School family members. I am here tonight again because I heard something last time that left me feeling discouraged and dismayed. The notion that it's not about the building. It most certainly is about the building because it's about what the building represents. It's about the building because the building holds nearly 100 years of memories, past performances, and joy. It's about the building that represents union jobs, Teamster jobs, and community partnerships. It's about the building because it is the only public middle school in Altadena, a town that has just experienced unfathomable devastation, and Elliott was known as its crown jewel, a beacon of hope in the community. If you ever had the privilege of going to the top of that tower, some of us in this room have, it provides a majestic 360-degree view of Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre. And it is so tall you could feel like you could almost reach up and give God a high five. It is about the building because it provided a sense of comfort, peace, and safety for so many. And tell anyone who has lost their home in these devastating fires that it's not about their building. I wonder what their thoughts would be on that. It is about the building because Elliott families want to know that their school is being rebuilt, and while they are temporarily housed elsewhere, having this in their minds gives them a sense of peace and further underscores that we care about mental health of our students as we are a trauma-informed district. And this may sound emotional, but what isn't emotional about restoring a sense of peace for our students? That is being trauma-informed, and those two things are not mutually exclusive. It is about, if it's not about our buildings, why do we work so hard to get measure and bond money to restore our buildings to make them beautiful and welcoming? Elliott needs to be restored to its original majestic state, the 1920s Art Deco mecca that it was. No reimagining, no reinventing, because it's about the building, which represents all that makes PUSD the amazing district that it is. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. So I'm going to remind everyone, we're just on such an accelerated time, 2 minutes, so continue.
Nairi Polikli and Amy Manasarian.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nairi Polke. I'm the current assistant principal of Elliott Arts Magnet. I've only been at this district for the past year and a half. I started my job as Elliott's assistant principal last school year, and I have to say, the moment I walked into that building, it was magical. I have video of just walking around when I first got the job, of just feeling the presence of the kids, of the history, without even meeting anybody there. And then the students came. I love the diversity. I love Everybody has a home there. Everybody belongs there. We have amazing programs. We were doing so well with enrollment, increasing enrollment. It's just such a special, magical place. We need our home back. We are very appreciative that we have a temporary place right now, but it's not home. We don't feel like we belong. We want to go back home, and it's what our kids need. Our kids have lost so much. A lot of them, we were hearing stories today. It's devastation, and on top of that, we've all been displaced. And it's not a place, it's not a good place to be. It's not a good feeling to feel like you don't belong right now. So please help restore Elliott.
Amy, then Ariel.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Meneser. I'm the Magnet Grant Coordinator at Elliott Arts Magnet, and I'm here on behalf of the community, staff, and students. Not only did many students and staff lose their homes from these devastating fires, but also their school, which is, for most of us, was our second home. Schools are supposed to be the heart of a community, and right now, all of our hearts are broken. Our school was a special place that allowed our students to express themselves, to feel connected, honored, and be creative. We were just getting started to show everyone how amazing our students can be. If you ever stepped foot on our campus, you would know how much magic there is. And if you never have, give us the opportunity to show you later on. Elliott is a symbol for Altadena because it connects the past to its future. It's the only public school in Altadena, and our tower is a symbol of hope. In this time of uncertainty, please give our students that certainty and hope that they need. Please commit and keep your honor of rebuilding our school. As the district stated, they wanted to restore, rebuild, and rise. So please, restore, rebuild, so Elliott can rise.
Ariel Pinero Salman, followed by Carolyn Baker.
What was the first name?
That's me. Sorry. My name is Ariel Tenero Fellman. Everyone calls me Miss Ari, including my students. I teach some of our district's most vulnerable and high-need students who have extensive support needs. I stood before the board in 2019 asking you not to close Wilson. I played voice recordings of my students telling you why they loved their school. And yet the decision was made to close Wilson anyway. I understand. We had lowering enrollment numbers and multiple schools needed to be closed, so Wilson was one of those schools. It hurt, but it was a financial decision that the board felt needed to be made. When COVID hit, it was very hard to not have closure, and that made it much more heartbreaking, but no one saw a pandemic coming. Before you now is a resolution to commit to rebuilding Elliott, which is no longer able to be used due to a tragedy, and I literally watched my classroom burning on live TV. It has nothing to do with the enrollment numbers, and the board is not currently needing to cut a school for budgetary reasons. To table this resolution again, or to vote not to support the commitment to rebuilding Elliott, would just compound the tragedy that our community has experienced. I personally felt heartbroken all over again when I sat in this boardroom 2 weeks ago listening to how charter schools need to be considered for inclusivity. Schools that would never even consider taking my students, who rent property from us and could choose not to renew their leases if they don't like the school that you built. The Elliott community is strong, and families want to return and rebuild their homes. Give them a school in their community that is a public school that welcomes all and where everyone truly feels welcome. Thank you.
Carolyn Baker, followed by John Miners.
Good evening, Superintendent Blanco, President Hawley, and members of the school board. My name is Carolyn Baker, and I am the proud grandmother of 2 students who attend schools impacted by the Eaton fire. First of all, thank you for your dedicated service, especially in light of your own personal losses. I rise to comment on Resolution 2800, the commitment to rebirth of Elliott Arts Magnet Middle School. There's much talk about the importance of inclusion, and I know inclusion is part of PUSD's vision, mission, and goals. Yet the public comments of the January 16th board meeting showed that some of the members of our school community do not feel represented, seen, or heard. Resolution 2800 is a wonderful opportunity to codify PUSD's commitment to inclusion. I'm here tonight to ask for your help in extending the spirit of healing, inspiration, and rebirth intended by Resolution 2800. Words matter, as does their absence. It is important to specifically name each of the 6 schools impacted by the Eaton fire in SB 2800. Thank you.
John, followed by Moises Chavez. John Maynard.
I don't think he's here.
All right. Moises Chavez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Moises Chavez. I am one of the music teachers at Elliott Arts, where over the past 3.5 years, I have taught choir, jazz band, orchestra, guitar, rock band, music appreciation, and have been music director for our yearly musicals. And it has been my pride to teach these classes to all local students. At Elliott Arts, our doors are open. For example, we've always had a large number of group home students. If we don't rebuild Elliott, where will these students go? The staff at Elliott is the most committed staff by far I have ever worked with in my short 10 years of serving at public schools. Please rebuild our school so we can continue to provide top quality care and education to the hundreds of students, present and future, that are looking to us to continue to provide life-changing experiences. Thank you.
Margaret Hunt, followed by Doug Molitor.
Hi, I'm Margaret Hunt, daughter of Dr. Elizabeth Pomeroy, just saying. She's right there. My son Dylan and Dr. Pomeroy's grandson is an 8th grader at Elliott. I first want to commend the incredible team at Elliott, our badass principal who got the school moved. Thank you, this whole army of people. Thank you, Dr. Blanco, for getting them a new home today. It was an amazing day for all those kids. I want to talk about this incredible school. I'm an Altadena resident. I didn't lose my home, but I live nearby. Dylan walked to school every day. I can tell you that Elliott is much more than a school. It is a beacon that sits up there on that hill. We know we're home when we see that we're at Elliott. The students know that they're at home when they get to Elliott. This passion that you hear from these teachers right here, I'm pretty sure I hope it's landing on you. So as a parent, I know that my student is happy and doing great at Elliott. You see this incredible community right here, but it's also a family. This big family just moved, but they don't want to be where they are. They want to be back in their home. We all need that to happen for them. I acknowledge when I read this resolution that maybe there's some language in there about rebuilding a school. I see my own home. I see my decimated community, that nobody knows what the cost is. I hope you don't get hung up on the language in the resolution. I think it's an important moment to show this town, to show these kids, and to show this badass crew of teachers and administrators that you love this school. So please pass this resolution. Thank you.
Doug Molitor, followed by Emily Zavala.
My name is Doug Molitor. Altadena is my hometown. I grew up here. I went to Elliott. I was on the town council. I lived here for half my life. And I'm proud of this town. It is so beautiful. And I write a lot about time travel. And if we could go back in time and we could save the Davies Auditorium at Farnsworth, or the Janes Cottages, or St. Mark's, or the Altadena Community Church, or any of the treasures that we lost in that fire, we'd do it in a heartbeat. But we can't. The fires took them from us forever. But they have not taken Elliott or that magnificent tower, a tower that people who watch TV and movies all over the world know and recognize. It's now the one architectural gem we have left. Please preserve it. Thank you.
Emily Zavala, followed by someone.
Hi, I'm Emily Zavala. I'm in the 8th grade. Elliott is not just a school, it's our community. I've had great teachers. if it wasn't for Elliott, I wouldn't have found out who I was. I wouldn't have found, sorry, I wouldn't have found out my passion. I had great teachers teaching me that sorry, that I'm good at dancing, I'm good at acting, and that I want to pursue the musical career in the future. It's taught me that family doesn't have to just be bloodline. It can be everyone in your school, even students that don't get along. We all love each other, and it's a community that no one else could ever get. Thank you. I made the bestest friends. I've always had a place to go. Everyone always know each other. It was like my second home. And when I saw it burn, it was like a part of me died. And for me, I know I'm leaving in like 3 months to go to high school, but I need kids younger than me to have the same experience I've had, to have a place to go and be yourself and find out who you were. I need students younger than me to grow up knowing that everyone in that school cares about them, because some people's home lives are not great and they need somewhere else to be. And Elliott has always been that place. I've never heard one kid in that school complain about it. Try going somewhere else, and I swear they'll complain about at least one teacher. But here, everyone loves every teacher. And I love my school. Thank you.
Journey, Rose, and... Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Within my first semester of being at Elliott, I feel like I've had a new home already created for me. And it's just really special to me how I'm able to do all of these things. I'm able to be in the spring musical. I'm able to play bass all the time. I'm able to make new friends. I'm able to see even older friends have fun, and it's really nice to be at Elliott because it's just everybody there is so caring, and even the building. I love that building. It was amazing. It was in the bell tower. I always dreamt of going up there, and I don't know if I ever am still going to be able to go up there. It was so beautiful. And the whole community at Elliott was amazing. And I just feel like you should really rebuild that, because without that community, I feel like Altadena won't be the same. And it really won't, because without everybody, without Elliott, I wouldn't have met Emily. Without Elliott, I wouldn't have met a lot of my favorite new friends. Without Elliott, I wouldn't have actually pursued playing bass. Without Elliott, I wouldn't have tried out for the spring musical, and I wouldn't have done a lot of things that I wouldn't have pushed myself to do without Elliott. Sorry. But Elliott's just a really special place to everybody there, and even the students, and it's just so, it's a special feeling there, and it's really just a home, and everybody there is so caring for one another. They understand one another, and even from like the hallways to all the other classrooms, it was just a different feeling.
Thank you. The Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comment via email, and it will be made part of our permanent record of this meeting.
Okay, thank you. We are going to move on. What am I doing? I was just so overcome. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any comments? Mr. Harden.
I want to say thank you to the Elliott community for being with us tonight, and I also want to thank the president for including some more inclusive language in the resolution, so that all of our school communities are included, that they have a safe space, and that their community is together, including the Elliott community. While I know it's not ideal, they are together. And I also want to credit the superintendent's leadership team and the superintendent for making that happen in a record period of time. So I appreciate that this is in here, and I think that it's important. I think this is a symbolic gesture for a building that folks regard in the community as special. But I also want to make it known that it's important for all of us as a community to come together for the future of PUSD, and we need to represent all of our communities, including Elliott, in that in the growth of our district as we move forward. We're going to have to make some impossible choices. We're going to have to dream big to think about how we can come back together, rebuild our school district, and be even stronger in the future. So I appreciate that sentiment in terms of coming together, all of us, to make sure that we dream big about the future.
Ms. Fredericks?
I also want to thank the Elliott community. I already thought Elliott was amazing, and because I went on a tour and enrollment was growing, and I remember you were there and you were saying you were offering tours for the fifth graders from all across the district, and it was working. So you have something very special, and with the students speaking, it's clearly a very special place. So I just wanted to tell you, when you show up, it really matters. When you speak, it really matters. We're listening. So thank you for showing up. I had some questions for staff. I submitted them, and I didn't get any answers. I don't think anything changed, but I had questions about the damage to Elliott, the extent of the damage, and I understand that, you know, we're already dealing with reopening schools, so there's just really no time for that. So there's no numbers at this point, and I'm a numbers person. And the reason I am a little hesitant on this is not because I don't feel like Elliott is wonderful and special and much needed in our community. It's this resolutions have never been used in this way to prioritize one school. And so I'd feel more comfortable if we came back in the process that we are normally following, which is when we have all the schools and we can look at all of them, Elliott in the context of all schools. And so we could serve all students. And so my vote is not a vote against Elliott, it's how I feel this process is.
We're
So I
not
just want-
voting yet, Ms. Fredericks.
I know, but I'm just,
We
I
have to
think this
keep an
is,
open mind until the vote is called.
okay. I was just making my comment. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Ms. Patrice?
So I'm a second generation Husky. And so once upon a time, Elliott was pink. And it had quite a few nicknames associated with said pink aesthetic. But to your point about the architectural integrity of the building, it does have a very majestic feel. It is an iconic structure, and I guess I am counting myself as one of the fortunate ones who has been able to go to the top of the tower. Our community has suffered a tremendous loss, and I believe that the purpose of this resolution is to make a commitment to our overall desire for PUSD to restore, recommit, and to rise after this devastation. So I am supportive of this resolution, and we will take the requisite steps to examine the feasibility of what it looks like to preserve the structure as it is, with the ultimate goal being to preserve as much of the structure as possible, and also to ensure that for remaining structures and the district as a whole that has suffered damage, we will be, I'll say that it is my belief that the superintendent and her team's intent is to bring forward our plan to examine and have a cohesive and a comprehensive discussion about what those steps are to make sure that we are making the necessary modernizations and improvements to other campuses as well. I think that we can do two things at the same time. I believe in being able to be nimble and flexible and learning how to walk and chew gum. I think that that's our responsibility as leaders, our responsibility as policymakers, and our responsibility as the stewards of this organization. So I'm committed to making sure that we are able to do, it's a both and situation and not either or. So I might wear pink tonight, but I am Elliott Strong, and I do still have my Husky pride and my Husky green in me. Thank you very much.
Ms. Bailey.
All right, so Patrice, I think I'm ahead of you by some years, but I am an Elliott alum. Go Huskies! Thank you very much. And I do have stories about going up into that tower. I'm gonna say it like that. But, you know, so I just wanna say that it's different when you're from a place and you've experienced something like that building. One of the students talked about the building. You know, when I was in middle school, we used to call it junior high, that staircase when you first went, man, it was one of the most beautiful staircases that I'd ever seen in a school building. And I still have not seen one like it. But what I think about this resolution, when I think about it, it's not, I don't see it as just a commitment to one school, okay? When you talk about the architecture of that school being a beacon, the tower being a beacon, absolutely correct. There are two junior high schools or middle schools when I was growing up where if I had been an artist, I would have drawn picture after picture of their towers. One was at the time Washington Junior High. They have a beautiful tower. And then Elliott. And we had to walk to Elliott. It was an uphill climb every day. And I remember the first day of school, we were just looking for the tower. Once we see that tower, we know we've made it. I am very committed to supporting this resolution. The resolution does make mention of the other schools that we are going to need to rebuild and restore. But Elliott is the beacon of that community. It's like at the gateway. And it means a lot. If you're from here, if you've attended there, if you've worked in that building, you experience something that others just don't or have not experienced. And so there is so much to be said about that building in itself. Even if we were to use the other school properties for something else, I would not support that happening at Elliott. We need that middle school in Altadena. That when that community is rebuilt, those students are going to need somewhere to go. And so I actually don't think that the resolution is even necessary for that to happen. But what I like about the resolution is I believe in my heart of hearts that one day that school, that building is going to be in the historical registry. And I believe that it's going to be important to have such a resolution from the district itself alongside that school in that registry. So that's one of the reasons why I think this resolution is very important for when that time comes. So, thank you.
And do we have any other comments from anyone here? Oh, student Ms. Chi.
Hello, I am a junior at Blair High School. I have never been to Elliott Middle School. However, I have had so many friends and peers that have spoke so boastfully and proudly of Elliott. I have had friends where we've literally just seen a random staircase and they would just be reminded of how beautiful that staircase is. Just seeing the community that's come today to speak about something that they're so passionately about, especially when it's inspiring young speakers to come up and speak so passionately in front of the entire district, that means Elliott has something special. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? Because I just have a couple of quick words. I just want to say thank you for the heartfelt talking. When I first moved to Altadena, I am not one of these people here who have been here forever for generations. I'm not. And I am overwhelmed by the damage done to Altadena. And it's very difficult for me to even drive uphill to my house because it hurts so bad. And it's really been hard for me. When I first moved here in like 2005, I didn't know a lot of people, but the people I did know, they would say, oh, you know, Elliott's not, you know, it's not very good. And they'd say sort of disparaging things. I said, let me go take a look at this Elliott, because I needed a place for my daughter. And I walked inside and I said, this is a magnificent building. That wasn't the best part. The best part was when the bell rang and all these children came streaming out of the classes. The architecture is a symbol, an example of the formal architecture that the United States of America did for public education because they said students matter. But the children inside of Elliott looked like the children that the promise of American public education made a reality. And when I saw all those smiling faces from all different backgrounds, all different abilities, I knew in that moment my daughter was going to do well. And Elliott did not let me down. And so I thank you. I think we can call for a vote now. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Just aye. Oh, my student, Ms. Chi.
Yes.
All in favor? Okay. Thank you very much.
You gotta finish.
Excuse me?
Any no's?
Against, I'm sorry, all opposed. Thank you very much. So the motion, the resolution passes 6-1. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Resolution 2801, Black History Month. Ms. Michelle Bailey.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more energy to read an entire resolution. But, so just a really brief, I'll do one whereas from this resolution, and let's see, then I'll resolve it. So, whereas,
So can we all just listen to the resolution, please? The whereas? Thank you.
Okay. So whereas Black citizens have participated in every American effort to secure, protect, and maintain the essence and substance of American democracy, now be it further resolved that the governing board of the Pasadena Unified School District does hereby recognize the month of February 2025 as National Black History Month and expects all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate and meaningful activities. I move approval.
I second.
I have a comment.
Okay, we're going to move to comment now. Trustee McKenzie.
So I will not belabor the issue, but the theme of Black History Month for 2025 is African Americans in labor. So I just wanted to take a quick moment to call out some prominent African Americans in the labor movement who have certainly stood for workers' rights, stood for human rights, stand for equity, and also believe in dignity for everyone who engages in work. I will start with Lee Saunders, who is the president of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. He's the national president of AFSCME, is the acronym for that. The rest of these folks come out of California in some way, shape, or form. I'll start with LaFonza Butler. She was president of Service Employees International Union, it was the Long-Term Care Workers Union, but now it is SEIU 2025, largest healthcare workers union in the country. And these are people who engage in-home caregiving for families, and they do really, really difficult work, and they do it with dignity, and they do it with grace. She was leading this movement for well more than 10 years before. She moved on to do other things, such as become a United States Senator, and now is serving as a partner in a political consulting firm. April Verrett followed LaFonza Butler as SEIU 2025's leader, and April Verrett is now the first Black woman to be the president of SEIU International. So she's the first national president of SEIU that is a Black woman. And then the last person that I wanted to just give honor to for this Black History Month is Yvonne Wheeler. Yvonne Wheeler is the president of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and she is the first Black woman to hold this position. She leads more than 800,000 union workers here across the Southern California, Los Angeles region. And I'm saying this because in the world we live in today, where workers' rights are under assault, where people who have worked in civil service are in a position where their employment in the future is vulnerable, and we have always had an opportunity for folks to work and serve our government with dignity and with value for being able to provide benefit and value to all of us. It is important to recognize that there are people who fight for those rights and who fight for us to be able to have protections such as the 8-hour workday, paid time off, and are still working for things like a more expanded family leave and being able to provide a greater quality life and work-life balance. So thank you to the folks in the labor movement who are still holding up that banner and still working to make sure that we have continued rights as we engage in work. Thank you so much.
Dr. Velasquez.
I would like to call for the vote.
Student Board Member Ms. Chi?
Yes.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Resolution 2802, Fred Korematsu Day. Ms. Fredericks.
I just want to thank Board President Hali for giving me the honor of presenting this resolution. And I wanted to point out some facts that January 30th is actually Fred Korematsu's birthday, so that's where the date comes from. He's an American civil rights activist who resisted the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. And I read a little bit about him. He resisted the internment, but he eventually got, the enforcement found him, and his family was interned. And so he also was incarcerated. But 40 years later, the interesting thing is an alum of UC San Diego, which I'm an alum of, a civil rights attorney, found evidence that the case against him was, a lot of the evidence was falsified. So he was vindicated at that point. And, but I want to point out that, you know, he had the courage to do the right thing, which is he was a citizen. He had the right to be here. But it took other people to help him. You know, he stood up for what was right, but he had help too. And in the challenging times we have right now, it takes courage to do the right thing. And maybe someone you know doesn't have that power, but you can help them. And I feel like this is a symbol of what we need to be as Americans. And it's not lost to many of us, I'm sure, that the internment is very real today, of forcibly relocating people in our country right now. This is happening, and what are we going to do to help each other and make sure we have that strong community, that we have to be united. I also wanted to yield my time to Trustee Chi and her assembly representatives to speak on this resolution.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Leslie Chi. I am a junior at Blair High School, and I am a member of the Student Assembly. Whereas ordinary citizen Fred Korematsu was convicted because he chose to defy evacuation orders based on Executive Order 90066, which led to the incarceration of 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II. Fred Korematsu's legacy reminds us that defending our Constitution is not just the job of elected officials, it's the job of every citizen. When we stand and fight for our rights, we are making a statement about the kind of country we want to live in. And just like Korematsu, we must be willing to challenge injustice, even when it's not popular or easy. Korematsu's courage is now needed more than ever after the aftermath of the 2024 elections. It is critical that we engage with our democratic systems, not just as voters, but as active participants in safeguarding our rights. As we reflect on Fred Korematsu's day, we are reminded that the fight for civil liberties is ongoing, whether it's voting rights, the rights of marginalized communities, or the freedom of expression. Fred Korematsu's story teaches us that our rights are not guaranteed without effort. We must always be vigilant and ready to stand up for justice, even when it feels uncomfortable or challenging. As we mark Fred Korematsu's day, let it serve as a reminder to each of us that we have a role in playing in defending the freedoms enshrined on our Constitution. I strongly support the Board's of Education motions to pass resolution number 2802 and declare January 30th as Fred T. Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lula Matsura. I'm a freshman at Muir and I'm part of the Student Assembly. As a Japanese American, I've always been conscious of how the concentration camps created after Roosevelt's Executive Order 9066 are a big part of Japanese history. I loved how the model curriculum for human rights and genocide by the California State Department of Education describes the forced relocation of Japanese Americans as an example of extreme human rights violation. Learning about Korematsu's story will help students understand how important it is to fight for your rights. That is why I strongly support the Board of Education's motion to pass resolution number 2803 and declare January 30th as Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. My name is Anais Henry, and I'm so glad to be here today to speak among you all for the second time. A line from the resolution that stood out to me is, whereas current California law designates a number of days as having special significance when public schools are encouraged to observe and conduct suitable commemorative exercises as specified. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me take out my edited version on my phone. Okay. Thank you. I am aware that 28 states across our nation still celebrate Christopher Columbus Day as a federal holiday. I'm happy to note that California celebrates Indigenous Peoples Day. For the states still honoring the invasion, students get a day off for Christopher Columbus, who pillaged, raped, and committed atrocious acts against Native Americans, and then claimed to discover their land. So let's continue celebrating people who deserve celebration. What reason is there to not celebrate a day in honor of a man who stood for what he knew was right and led the way to the creation of the Civil Liberties Act that protects the constitutional rights of American citizens, no matter their race, cultural background, or appearance? Let's commit days to people like Fred Korematsu, who deserve celebration. This is why I strongly support Resolution number 2803 to declare January 30th as Fred T. Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution. Thank you all for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Alessandro Marroquin and I'm a junior at Pasadena High School and a member of the student think tank. A line in the resolution that stuck with me is, whereas the History Social Science framework for California public schools, kindergarten through grade 12 states that the history curriculum at each grade level relating to community, state, region, nation, and the world must reflect and integrate the experiences of men and women of different racial, religious, and ethnic groups. Over the past year, I was involved in the Building Empathy project and had the opportunity to visit Manzanar. Before going to Manzanar, I, along with students of Mr. Araya's Puente English class, learned about the hardships Japanese and Mexican Americans faced during World War II, such as racial profiling and police brutality. This line in the resolution is meaningful for me because that is the goal of the Building Empathy project. Through this project, I learned what life was like in the Japanese American concentration camps. It was very isolated, it seemed very depressing, but I played basketball with some friends at the basketball courts they built, and I felt like it was a really good distraction for them, like to just distract themselves from the situation they were in. That is why I strongly support the Board of Education's motion to pass resolution number 2803 and declare January 30th as Fred T. Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution, so we can teach future generations about the Japanese American experience in World War II.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more comments? Any comments? We're going to vote. Student Board Member Leslie Chi. Motion. Do we have a motion? We have a motion. Can I have a motion? May I have a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
I'll second.
Ms. Chi for the vote.
Yes.
All in favor of the resolution? All opposed? Passes 7-0. We're going to move on to public comment for closed session.
Rebeca Peña.
None. Oh, we don't have any. Okay.
Rebeca Peña.
We have one? Oh. They may be in spillover. Oh, it's Ms. Peña.
Miss Becky. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on behalf of one of our members, California School Employees Association, Ms. Sally Swanson, who is a classified employee, and she is a instructional aide at Altadena Elementary. My name is Sally Swanson. I've been with PUSD for 38 years, an Altadena resident for over 45 years, and when I lost my home, I lost everything in my apartment. I have been bouncing around from friend to friend, hotel to hotel. It's been very hard on me and expensive to have to start all over again. That is all that she has asked me to speak on. And I know that she's back at work today, and she is being housed at a really nice place. I'm not sure the name of it, but she just wanted me to speak on that and just let the board know her experience. Thank you.
If that's all the public comment, we are going to recess to closed session.
So again, we cannot be over the capacity for this room. You need to be seated in a seat. I know some more spaces had opened up, when our Elliott friends left. So you either need to go to the overflow rooms, which we have two, or out in the hallway, because the fire marshal is going to come. They will shut down the meeting completely if we don't comply. So I just learned that we have 100 chairs and we have a capacity for 130. So as long as there's not more than 30 people that are in a chair, then we'll be okay with the fire marshal.
I'm going to make a public announcement of closed session actions taken. Concerning item D1, case number 914762, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D2, case number 202-409-0809, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D3, case number 20241000574, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D4, case number 20241000662, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D5, case number 202-411-0376, by a vote of 4-2 with one abstention, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. And that is adjournment of closed session. Call to order at 8:50.
Here.
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 Presente.
Here.
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 And now for the Pledge of Allegiance, may I ask our student board member, Ms. Chi. Thank you. And do we have public comment? We're going to call for public comment right now?
Yes, we have 33 public comment, cards for public comment for item H. How are we going to manage them?
Are we in for 2 minute, one? Where are we on a consensus for minutes for each item? 1 minute or 2? 1 minute?
1 minute.
1 minute. We have a consensus on 1 minute for public. We're not going to do that right now. 1 minute for yeah. Somebody lost their purse. Could you please turn it into Ms. Montoya? If you found a purse, turn it into Ms. Montoya. She'll take it. All right, we have one more public comment coming, so we can start, if you'd like to, Dr. Velasquez.
Monica Caralis, followed by Betsy Pavetsky.
One minute.
According to the bylaws, we're not 2 minutes?
We're going to do 1 minute because of the numerous people giving public comment.
Okay. Let me know when we are going to start. Excuse me? Okay. Okay. Well, I was planning to talk about something different, but I have a minute, and I want to have this on record for the board district. My name is Monica Caralis. I have 2 students at Avison, and my concern is why you call the police on us, how we disrespect you, that we have communication calling on the fire department too after instead of the police. I have captured all this on video, and I'm very frustrated because you are re-victimizing us. You keep changing the time of the meeting when we have children. A lot of these families have lost absolutely everything. And you're disrespecting our community by making us wait. How dare you? How dare you to call the police on us? How dare you to play with the times of the meeting on your website? Constantly we have checking on that. You keep re-victimizing us, victims of such a tragedy. Shame on you.
Betsy Pavetsky, followed by Sean Johnson.
Good evening. Thank you for all that you have done. My name is Betsy Pajewski, and I have a son at Jackson. I know that this is an unprecedented situation and understand the desire to push for normalcy. And I just want to say this is not a normal situation. We are at a school that is right next to the burn zone, and even though you have done so much to protect our safety inside, there is just no possible way to protect us from ash that blows in for our students outside. We know that it's toxic. This is true, and this is something that even close to us, people have tested their houses and found lead in the area, in the ash. And so we know that it's toxic. We know it's toxic if it gets on students' hands. If they're eating, they can ingest it, and it's going to be in their play area. It's just inevitable. And so I ask you to consider a different place for Jackson students. Thank you.
Sean Johnson, followed by Larry Torres. Sean Johnson. Okay.
We can move to the next one and come back to Sean if she comes in.
Okay. So let's keep going. Larry Torres, followed by Stephanie. Okay. It's okay. We can do the line. Larry. Okay. Perfect. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Larry Torres. I'm principal of CIS Academy, and I just wanted to take a minute, well, less, to thank you. This is an extraordinary time, and from my vantage point as principal on staff, the communication, the thoughtfulness of bringing back staff, half of whom live in the district and were affected by the fires. 10,000 of 14,000 students in the district were affected by these fires directly. And your leadership and compassion, you have a lot on your plate and a lot to deal with, but I just wanted to take a minute to thank all of you for an extraordinary job. And I appreciate everything you have done. So thank you.
Sean Johnson, followed by Stephanie Ward-Mueller.
Hello, yes, my name is Sean Johnson. I have 2 children at Jackson Elementary. I came here today to urge you to do more testing to give ourselves confidence that the school is safe for the children to be. We've looked at the test results. They seem very incomplete. The types of products that were tested were not enough to know that the types of materials like lead, asbestos, etc., are not present, and they're going to provide a very unsafe environment for our children. So I urge you to continue to do more rigorous testing on the school grounds, outside as well as inside. Thank you.
Stephanie, followed by Yvette Rapose.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Wardmuller, and I am a parent of 2 Avison students. As it stands, my son's middle school and high school classes are combined in one room with a partition where all of the students are hearing 2 teachers teaching simultaneously because there's no space, allegedly. My daughter has no school at all as it stands, with the offer at Cleveland Elementary offering only half as many rooms as the students need in order for the school to function effectively. That would also create a great disadvantage for Alma Fuerte Charter School, which is currently in that space. We are asking for transparency. We are asking for collaboration. We are asking that the board consider the fact that there is no educator who would say these are optimal conditions. This is not above and beyond for my children, for the students in this community who you are legally liable to support and furnish a comparable campus for the ones they previously had. Thank you.
Yvette Rapose, followed by Jason Hannock.
Thank you. Do you have 1 minute or 2? Okay. My name is Yvette Rapose, and I'm the mother of a 5th grader at Avison School of Leaders. Our children's school has burned to the ground. And while our hearts are shattered, we need more than sympathy and empathy. We need action. These students, especially our 5th graders, have already endured the disruption of COVID during their critical early learning years. They cannot afford another setback, yet here we are facing exactly that. Let me be direct. The Pasadena Unified School District made a legally binding promise. You signed a facilities use agreement guaranteeing 16 classrooms for our students in emergencies just like this. This is not only inadequate that you're providing 8 classrooms at Cleveland and your latest offer to provide 2 different classrooms to further upset our children, it's a direct violation of your agreement. You've spoken about finding immediate, reasonable, equivalent school facilities. The choice and legacy is yours. Meet with Avison's leadership, find a solution, find a suitable location, do it now. Our children are waiting and the world is watching. Thank you.
Jason Hannock, followed by Nicole Hansen. Jason, followed by Nicole Hansen. All right. Followed by Jennifer O'Kane. O'Kane. So we have Jason, then we have Nicole, then we have Jennifer. Okay. We're waiting on them just in case they're in a different room. Okay. All right. Then Aileen. Okay.
I'm Jennifer.
Okay, so you go first. And then
Okay. Okay. Right. So you guys
You're our leaders, right? You're our elected leader. We have been through a massive global disaster in Pasadena, right? Yeah, and the Palisades. My home is gone. My neighborhood is gone. My community is gone. My school is gone. All of these people in here are affected, and they're here for a reason. And that is because we need more from all of you. We need you to lead. You need to partner with the Department of Public Health. You need to get clear. Don't rush dates. Don't jump up on your meetings and say January 30th. There's no reason. There's no reason when you don't know yet, and you just don't, because nobody does. So take your time. This is so serious. This is public policy, right? You're changing lives. You're affecting everyone's lives in here. All these parents, all these children. I know you know, but you are rushing because of your jobs, and this isn't the time. You've got to slow down. You have to make big decisions, and you have to partner with us. Charters, public, it's over. We're all one.
Aileen Hannock, and then final call for Nicole Hansen.
I know there is nothing the district could have done to prepare for this catastrophe. However, what you decide to do now will be your legacy. It is not okay to put both Odyssey charters amongst the rubble and ashes. It is not okay to put Avis School of Leaders in bungalows and encroach on Alma Fuerte Charter, where there's ample space at Wilson with over 15 acres. You're talking about rooms that have storage. Clear the storage and let our kids go to school. It is more important that you say, Dr. Blanco, not to divide this community, then why are you splitting up Avison into two different campuses, and those campuses are also affected? That is unacceptable. I'm sorry. Right now, I just want you to get our kids back in school safely. Like she said, do not rush. You sent my other boy to Jackson. I don't even know if Jackson is safe right now. You are gambling with our children's lives.
Nicole Hansen. We're moving on. Wendy Alvarez, followed by Al Lopez.
Wendy Alvarez. Good evening, board members. I was a victim of domestic violence. For years, I endured mental, emotional, and spiritual abuse from my ex-husband. I was a stay-at-home mother and homeschooled both my children through kinder and first grade. I heard about Avison through a mom's Facebook group. Avison was more than a school. It was a sanctuary for my children and me. After years of enduring abuse and hardship, we found peace within its walls. My heart swelled when my children said, "Mama, they don't yell at us here." That single sentence spoke volumes. For the first time, they felt safe, valued, and free to learn and grow. Avison and its staff gave me respite and nurtured my children. That safety allowed me to re-enter the job market. After a nearly 10-year employment gap, I am now self-employed and able to generate income. Assured of my children's safety at Avison's campus, I was able to move about with composure and ease. Avison isn't just a means to an end for my children and me. It gave us security, stability, a hope. Even if I stood alone most of the time and labeled as single mama strong, I was able to count on Avison to provide for my children's needs academically and emotionally. The quality of staff exceeded my expectations. The consistent communication via Parent Square became my daily news. The staff effectively carried out their roles in caring for my children in more ways than once. Hear us, see us, support us.
I see Nicole. Nicole, can you wait for a second? Okay. Al Lopez, and then Nicole, who's waiting patiently. Thank you, Nicole.
Hello, Dr. Blanco, board member, Superintendent Blanco, I'm sorry. My name is Al Lopez, and I'm one of the leads for the custodial department for our school district. And I just want to take some time to acknowledge our department and the amazing work that they've done throughout this tragic fire. Thank you. You know, our custodians worked alongside with all our tradesmen and for the common goal of just getting the schools safe and clean and back, back up. So I also want to give you some numbers real quick. As an FYI, district M&O employees, with the collaboration of contracted grounds crew, removed over 161 tons of fallen green debris from PUSD facilities, clearing out essential pathways, corridors, 88 paths of travel, parking lots, pre-K, playgrounds, lunch areas, and school grounds. So our M&O, we had electricians working side by side with carpenters, with painters, custodians, and nobody worried about what their job was. Our job was to get the schools ready for the children to come back as fast as we can. And also working with the food service. The guys went and worked them, and their department also as well was awesome, handing out food as they could, and just coming together. And I just want to give, and also props to our boss, Manuel Carrasco. He was leading us through all this. So I just wanted to take the time to acknowledge all our staff. That's all.
Nicole Hansen, thank you. Followed by Amy Gonzalez.
My name is Nicole Hansen. I'm the parent of 3 children at PUSD. My youngest attends Altadena Arts Magnet. Today we went back to school. Everyone was so excited to be back together today. There were so many tears shed and hugs shared. But our expectations were low. We knew today wouldn't be perfect, but what I didn't expect was to trade the fear of toxicity, of the smoke and ash, for fear of the toxicity from the fumes of the industrial strength glue that was used to hold up the falling walls, and the fear of toxic mold that may be growing in the walls of my daughter's temporary classroom. Surely someone knew the condition of this site before yesterday. Our teachers asked for the opening to be delayed until Monday so they had more time to get ready for our students. But the majority of my daughter's classmates, who lost everything in the fire and spread far and wide across the county and beyond, had to drive over an hour to be there today. And to come back to such a toxic environment with half as many desks as needed and only 13 chairs to share between 53 students in a single, dilapidated, water-damaged bungalow with nothing more than paper and pencils was unacceptable.
Amy Gonzalez, followed by Brian Stanley. Okay, no problem. Brian Stanley, followed by Ryan McKee. Okay. Matt Strusky. Sergio Germán. Okay. John Maynard.
Good evening, Board President Hawley, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Blanco. I'm the principal at Don Benito Elementary. As you know, my normal practice is to come here and shine the light on what my school is doing or what is happening in my community, but tonight I want to shine the light on what the superintendent's leadership team and the board has done for us. I am grateful for so many things that we have done leading up to where we are right now, including able to reopen school. I am just very grateful for that. I am grateful for the community event that we had at PCC. I am grateful for the extra resources that we had on our first day back. The support was tangible and meaningful. It was just astounding to actually have extra bodies on campus, to actually have extra therapists there to work with our children who are going through so much trauma from loss, and I am greatly, greatly appreciative of the work that you have done. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Hawley, board members, Dr. Blanco, Cabinet. I'd actually like to take this time. I actually want to read a statement from Dr. Marion Stewart, who could not be here tonight, so I'd like to use my time to read her statement. On behalf of Marion Stewart, Lindsay Lewis, Shannon Mumolo, Ria Apodaca, and Dana Moore, as administrators of PUSD, we want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Superintendent, Dr. Blanco. Her personal message to each of us, encouraging us to take care of ourselves during the loss of our homes, truly meant the world. Additionally, our supervisors reached out with genuine offers of help, asking how they could assist us right away. From providing clothes, household goods, and offered food and support, the outpouring of love and care has been nothing short of incredible. We are so proud to be part of Pasadena Fight School District. Thank you all for being there for us during this challenging time.
Ryan McKee, Matt Strutsky, Samantha Katzberry.
All right, good evening. It's good to see the board again. Dr. Blanco. I'm Ryan Mackey. I'm a 25-year homeowner, District 4, and founding parent at Odyssey South. You've heard a lot of the fear about toxicity. It's real. It's probably overblown, but that's because people don't know. I want to thank you up front for publishing the laboratory results, not the full test reports, but at least the lab results from the schools. That's a good start. What's missing from the approach so far is the airborne contribution. What's on your safety page right now is that you're going to look at the SQAMD monitors. South Coast, EPA, they look at a regional estimate. What you need to know is what's going on inside each building. What's the local effect? What's the building performance? Now, you probably heard Dr. Paul Vonberg from Caltech talk to the City Council last week, and he makes a recommendation for individual monitors in the teaching spaces. This need not be expensive. The cost of doing this is cheap compared to what it costs to sanitize all the structures again. This is what we need to do to get our facilities efficiently working again. So I urge you to consider that. I'll be glad to work with you with us. So will the Odyssey team. Thank you all.
So we have our existing list, which is Matt Strutsky, Samantha Katzberry, Amy Gonzalez, and we're going to add Samantha Sangana. Oh.
Hello, my name is Matt Strutsky. I have an 11-year-old daughter named Rain, who's a very proud Avison fifth grader. And Rain has a disability, and she uses a wheelchair for mobility. And when we were originally looking for a school for Rain, my wife and I toured 14 PUSD schools. And just some of them had good things to offer for her, but none of them seemed to be the right fit for our family. And it often felt like Rain was looked at like she was a problem to be solved. And when we toured Avison, it just felt different for us. Even though the campus was literally on the side of a mountain, it didn't seem to matter. There was a fifth grade student that was leading the tour for us, and they led Rain up and down what seemed to be like miles of ramps so she could show us her favorite parts of the school. And it wasn't perfect. Rain had to push through mulch to reach the chickens in the garden, and we had to carry her up some steps to see the art yurt. But by the time Rain started her first day of TK at Avison, they had built accessible paths and ramps for the art yurt and for the garden so she could get to the chickens easily. And I felt like we finally found the school that fit our family and that this was the community for us. And now we just need your help to save this community. And all we're asking is that you consider what we have to say and just sit down with our administrators and help us solve this, because the sooner we learn to work and heal together, the better it's going to be for everybody.
Samantha? Amy?
Hi, I'm Samantha Katzberg. I'm the mom of an Avison fifth grader. My son Dax has been attending Avison since he was in TK in 2018. This morning, while I was driving Dax to the second to last day of the wonderful free county care camps, he said, "Mama, I really want to go to school." And he wasn't just talking about any school, he was talking about Avison. Sorry. My son has thrived there for the past 7 years. Despite losing 13 months of in-person instruction during COVID, he's persevered. But that's not the case for all the fifth graders. This is the grade that suffered the most learning loss during COVID. We can't fail them again. Please put aside your differences and think about the kids. You're all on this board because you believe in public education and you believe in our children. I'm going to be sending my son to a PUSD middle school in the fall. But right now, it's really important to me that he finish fifth grade with the children and teachers that he's grown up with. Please talk to our leadership about a more appropriate space for our school. Putting them at Cleveland not only is inadequate for them, but it harms Almafuerte, which serves a predominantly low-income and minority population. Thank you.
Amy Gonzalez, followed by Eric Martinez and Gabriel Navarro.
Hi, my name's Amy Gonzalez. I'm a parent at Washington STEM,
And I heard that maybe perhaps Washington might be one of the schools where some kids might want to come. I'm very sorry for the loss of the families and everybody who was affected in the fires, but I came as a friendly face to say we met some of the folks here. They're really nice. We have the space at Washington. So I want to reassure them if they were placed there, we have great staff, we have great students. Our kids know a lot about empathy, kindness, so they will be welcomed. I know change is scary, but they would at least be welcome. And I know that our kids would be really, they do a great job. Our staff would be a good job of welcoming them and just giving them a temporary space if that's what they need. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Eric Martinez, Gabriel Navarro.
Good evening. My name is Eric Martinez, lead groundsman here and shop steward for Teamsters 911. I just want to speak on the work done by M&O. All the staff there was great. In the midst of the tragedy, we all got together to, get the schools ready for all the kids to come back. Gives me a great sense of pride to be here. Special shout out to Manel Carrasco. He led the team. There was no game plan going into this. No one knew what to do, but we all roll with the punches, and thankfully we're all here, and thank you.
Gabriel Navarro, followed by Samantha Sangana.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Dr. Blanco. My name is Thomas Peclibanos, and I'm speaking for my lead, Gabriel Navarro, who's the lead in the paint shop. I'm also a painter myself, and I just want to quickly acknowledge the paint shop and really all of maintenance and operations. All of the trades, when we heard that the devastation of the fire happened, we all put our tools down and just went arm in arm to see what happened, what we needed to do. It was a monumental amount of work, but it wasn't too big for all of us that we were just arm in arm working alongside together. The camaraderie and what needed to be done. Many of the members were evacuated, some of them lost their homes, and still many of them still showed up to work. Putting what was going on at home, knowing that there was a demand at work as well. There was first and foremost for the kids, we needed to get the exterior sites of the schools cleaned up as fast as possible, and we showed up. As Al was saying, the amount of tons of debris that we did in just a little over 2 weeks, we were working hard. And I just want to acknowledge all of M&O, the paint shop, especially Manuel Carrasco, who spearheaded the whole operation. At first, it was like, where do you begin? And at the end, we were just blowing through it, dump truck after dump truck. So I just want to really acknowledge all of M&O, Gabriel Navarro. Thank you very much for everything.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I just want to thank everyone for being here. It's such a compassionate community. On January 8th, my family, a PUSD family of 9 years, lost our home to the fires. We lost everything. My younger child is in her last year at Jackson. Having lived through the COVID quarantine with children in school, I recognize the importance of getting our children back to some semblance of normalcy and connection with their school community. As a working parent, I also recognize that school is among a parent's best resource, not just for learning, but also for childcare, meal programs, social connections, and so much more. At the same time, I would also like to voice my strong concern about the push of sending our children back to a traditional, in-person learning experience so quickly, all while information is still being gathered about toxicities that are now prevalent in our environment. At the risk of creating a pun, the dust has not settled on the crisis. Even once it does settle, there will be a great many disruptions to it through the debris removal process. Today, a parent at our school and member of the Altadena Town Council shared the following information on our school's Facebook page. Yesterday, I met with Caltech's Environmental Health and Safety to review the testing conducted by PUSD. Based on the information they explained, here is what the Jackson report confirms. The testing was designed only to detect the presence of soot, ash, and char, which are indicators of fire-related contamination. Following the cleanup efforts, the results show that soot, ash, and were not detected in most areas. This report does not test for toxic materials like lead, titanium, and other heavy metals. In this conflict of resuming school, there is a constant negotiation that I am experiencing between my children's physical health and their social and emotional well-being. I'm concerned that the information needed for parents to make well-informed decisions is not being released, and am aware that we are losing wonderful, engaged families from our school as a result.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Michael Leon, Don Bender.
Good evening, President Lee, Dr. Blanco, board members, SLT. So here this evening, just to say how proud I am of my membership. You heard from them yourself, so I don't need to repeat that. But as a rep, I'm just really proud that my members stepped up and did what had to be done for the students. I also want to share with you, I'm very proud of being a Teamster. We've given out over 20 checks from our disaster relief fund. $5,000 to members that have lost their home and $1,000 to members that have damaged their home. And it's ongoing. 20 so far, and every Teamster local in the country has been donating to the disaster relief fund to make sure that our brothers and sisters are well taken care of. And I also want to say I really appreciate the school district, Dr. Blanco, and administration for having such understanding of my members that have lost their home. And every time they ask, like I said, they're coming back and they're worried, and they're hearing from all, take care of your family and your home. So that I'm very grateful for that. You guys are putting them first, and really appreciate and give them that grace of what they're going through. So again, just a big thank you.
Don Bender, Danica White, Nicola Borland.
Good evening. Thank you all so much for all of your time. I know that this is probably the heaviest meeting you may have ever had. And I want to just stand here as an Avison parent, as a PUSD parent, and as a homeschool parent. I have 4 daughters, one who goes to Marshall, one who's homeschooling herself, essentially, and 2 who go to Avison. And we chose each and every one of our schools based on what was the safest space for our child. And my older 2 are thriving, my younger 2 are suffering, in a way that I think all of you carry something heavy and something more difficult that anyone in this room or this building can understand, as this is the weight on your shoulders in this tragedy and this disaster. And I'm here just to ask you, as an Avison parent, to consider a little bit deeper that conversation with Avison, with the Avison School of Leaders. Those children will go out of this scenario, and this will impact them in their lives to take positions like you and to do something about it. So please, the Phoenix of Avison will rise. Will you consider being a hero in that scenario in the eyes of those children, that you considered them and you helped them to become someone greater in the world, not someone who has to fight an enemy in the world? Please consider the children. Thank you.
Danica White, Nicola Borland, Gabriel Griffin.
Hi, I'm Danica Wicki. I have 2 students, one at Odyssey South that is no longer there, at TK, and a 3rd grader at Odyssey North. I just am here as a parent who cares deeply for this community and this school and all the schools that have lost so much. On top of losing homes, everything, we're feeling such overwhelming emotion, and saying your solution is to keep all our kids merged together on the North Campus is, to me, sickening, because it is just awful. The testing, we don't have a clue what's going on about it. And, you know, I ask you, would you send your kids to a school that around it is devastation, but also a sign that says enter at your own risk, right? Would you do that? It's not okay. And I ask you, do better for us. Do better.
Nicola Borland, Gabriel Griffin, Maria Don Lee.
Hi, good evening, board members and district staff. My name is Nika. I'm a parent at Washington Elementary. First, I want to acknowledge the devastating loss that so many families, schools, and communities have faced due to these recent fires. It's an incredibly challenging time, and the effects will be felt for years to come. As schools across the district navigate changes, relocations, and adjustments, it's important that we carefully consider how to best support each community. Schools are more than just physical spaces. They are ecosystems with their own cultures, specialized programs, and carefully designed environments to help students thrive. We recognize that many schools are adjusting to new spaces and welcoming incoming programs. And as we navigate these changes, we must ensure that every school is placed in an environment where it can best serve its students. When a school has the opportunity to establish itself in a location well suited to its needs, that should be the priority. This allows all schools to thrive without unnecessary strain or disruption. This is not about limiting access or opportunity, it's about making thoughtful, strategic decisions that prioritize student success. By ensuring that each school has the right space to support its mission, we can create environments where all communities can flourish. So let's make the best choice, not for today, but for the long term of all students. Thank you.
Gabrielle Griffin, Maria Donna Lee, followed by Erin Sarrell.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gabby Griffin, and I'm also a parent at Washington Elementary. I want to start out by saying that my deepest sympathies are with all of those affected by this terrible tragedy. I think something important to consider during this time is a low-impact solution for all students as we make attempts to get back to a sense of normalcy. The impact that sharing a learning space for students with different curriculums and educational goals concerns me. If there is an opportunity to relocate to a school where impact would be far less on all parties involved, that seems to be the best option. I worry about the impact of different school schedules and how that will affect security at pickup and drop-off. Is this a long-term change? It seems to be more impactful to have students spread across multiple campuses across PUSD schools. I really hope that there is a deep consideration with this decision. My hope is that all students involved can have a restored sense of community. Thank you for your time.
Maria Lee, Erin Sarrell, Stacy Connor, Vivian Richardson.
I'm short. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Donnelly. I'm one of the parents at Washington Elementary School as well. First and foremost, I want to extend my family's deepest sympathies to those who have endured heartbreaking loss of their homes or their loved ones. Our heart goes out to you during this incredibly difficult time. As we work together to restore a sense of normalcy, it is crucial to recognize the impact of school environment have on all our children, especially with those with special needs. As a mother of a child with special need, I can personally speak on how much our experience has supported, our school has supported and understanding the meaning of my child's unique needs. Washington offered more than just an education. They provide structure, consistency, and sense of safety that is critical to those students' emotional well-being and growth. The potential merging of school raises concerns about further instability, particularly for children with special educational needs and younger kids who may already been facing challenges for routine. For many of those students, the school is just a place to learn, safe space, disrupting environment could be lasting effect and making it harder for them to feel secure and engage in learning. Across the district, we guys have been working hard and making sure that our kids are back to normal. But I think the question is the golden rule. Would you like to have your children go to the same school that their kids are going to? Would you want to have a parent, grandparents, to have the same experience as they're going through? Put yourself in our shoes.
Thank you.
And then
Thank you.
you can make that decision.
Thank you very much. I'm going to remind people to really pay attention to the buzzer, because we only have a minute. Thank you.
Okay, my video is actually exactly a minute. I'm Erin, and I own a business in District 7 under Dr. Yarma Velasquez. Going on 13 years now, and my kids go to Avison. I'm a parent at Avison, and I have a video to share. There's no projector, obviously, but I'm going to play this into the mic, and maybe you could see from where you're sitting.
What has it been like not having your school? Really bad. I really miss it. I love school and what I've learned. I'm sad because my school has burned. Everyone is safe. We are still here. I'm here, you're here, but I'm still full of fear. I'm still here, you are too, and I wish this could just undo. I miss Avison so much. I miss my school, and I'm sad. I miss learning and playing with my friends on the playground. They were planting trees and making a concrete path. I love Avison a lot.
Old classroom, my TK, my kinder classroom. I miss my teacher and my friends.
I'm sorry for my school because it burned to the ground. But all the chickens died, which is really sad.
Hi, I'm here to beg for AGLA and ASL to be together.
I want to help build Davison back. I wish I had a school. Please give us a school.
What has it been like not having your school?
Stacy Connor, Vivian Richardson, followed by Giovanna Federico.
My name is Stacy Connor. You'll remember me from 2 weeks ago. I'd like to apologize for my outburst, but I do not apologize for my sentiment. You are responsible for the health and safety and well-being of our children and our families. It is unacceptable to send families through the wreckage to attend a campus. Odyssey North, it is not safe to go back to that campus. You yourself, Dr. Velasquez, said that no child should have to see that. No person should have to see that. And we're going to send faculty and families through the wreckage every day to go to a campus. It is unacceptable. And I'm going to leave you with this parting thought. The handling of this situation and the extreme times that we find ourselves in, I have moved my child to Glendale Unified. I live in this district and I pay taxes in this district, and we will not be back, and my 3-year-old will also attend Glendale schools. Thank you so much for sending me away.
Vivian Richardson, Giovanna Federico, Annie Messer.
Hi, my name is Vivian Richardson, and I'm a resident of Altadena, and my house burned down in the Eaton fire. I have 2 boys. One is in kindergarten at Odyssey South. I've been a classroom teacher for 10 years, and I've been a teacher at Odyssey North for 3. We have just collectively experienced the worst urban wildfire in United States history. This is a deeply traumatized community that is simply asking for more transparency from the board. Odyssey students should not be expected to go back to school this week. I don't think any students at Don Benito, Longfellow, or Jackson should also be expected to go back to school this week. This shouldn't be about publics versus charter schools. That's what's insane to me, that this has been about public versus charter schools. This is about keeping kids safe. If the schools in Lahaina did not resume in August until October, and they think that was too soon, that burned only 2,000 acres. This burned 14,000 acres, and it is 3 weeks after the fire. We should not be back yet. You did not test for lead or arsenic. Sorry, that's it.
Giovanna Federico, Annie Messer, Stina Ross, and Mandy Holmes.
Hi, I'm Giovanna Federico. I have 2 kids at Odyssey South, 4th grade and kindergarten. I'm a lifelong educator. My parents were public school teachers. My husband's a public school teacher. I have been in private, charter, and public school. I sent my kids to Odyssey South and exhausted every option for my kid because that is where my kid could thrive, and he did. And now, because you, the board, has decided the only place you can put us is surrounded by toxic ash without testing it, I have to send him to a place I barely know. And he will not thrive. Because who knows? Because it was Odyssey South that made him thrive. It was Odyssey. These are our future leaders. These are the children that are going to help you when you are the elderly people that need the help. You must do your best to protect them, and you're not. Thank you very much.
Annie Messer, Stina Ross, Mandy Holmes, and I'm not sure if Sergio Herman left. Right. Okay.
Can you hear me? I'm short. Okay. I am a mom at Odyssey Charter School, and I plead you all to ask yourselves this question. If you have children or had a child, would you drive them past a sign that ended with "enter at your own risk"? No, you would not. Because this is what you are asking families of all schools to do. You are asking parents that are already scared, unsure, and traumatized, just trying to hold it together for what we hold dear, to knowingly drop that most dear thing, our babies and our hearts off at our own risk in a known, posted by the government, toxic danger zone. I know my time is up, but all we're asking is not for miracles, just to ensure us, to make us believe that these places are safe to go back to. We all love our schools, and we want to go back. We just have to believe they're safe. Thank you.
Sina Ross, Mandy Holmes, and Sergio Germán, is he still here?
Hello, I am Stina Ross, and while I've worn many hats at Avison, the one I wear today is the former middle school teacher of 8 years. I'm speaking on what I have seen firsthand of the solution at Wilson. While I understand you're most likely legally compliant, Avison classrooms are not like other classrooms. They're loud, they're noisy, we thrive in it, and so do our kids. We also have a high level of students with disabilities and learning challenges. Can you imagine trying to teach English to a room of kids with ADHD while Spanish and history are in the same room with you? Teacher burnout is at an all-time high. We know that. We know the results of COVID on teachers. Please don't make it worse. This isn't a real solution currently for AGLA. I understand it was a quick one, and I applaud you for working quickly. However, I ask you to reconsider and think of a way to make this supportive for AGLA and think of a successful way for ASL. Thank you.
Mandy Holmes and Sergio Germán.
I am a parent of a first grader at Avison who has disabilities. We've tried multiple schools, multiple places, and he has never done so well as he does at Avison. He has pathological demand avoidance. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a profile of autism as well as global dyspraxia, childhood apraxia of speech. And the teachers at Avison give him the space, the latitude to be himself and to feel what he's feeling. PDA is a parasympathetic response, and it comes out of pressure to the like overwhelming pressure put on them, demands put on them. And his teachers get down on his level, and they give him the time that he needs to adjust. They give him the support that he needs to transition into other spaces, and he's never done so well as he's done at our school.
Once again, the Board of Education acknowledges the receipt of public comment via email. I would like to have a motion to extend the time to midnight. All of the other cards have been identified under item M1 and will be addressed at that time. Thank you.
I move to extend the meeting time till midnight.
That's what I just said. So you second it?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor of extending the meeting? What? We're extending the meeting still. No.
All of these are identified as M1. My apologies to Marisol Espino. Okay, could come all over.
We have a motion and a second on extending the time first. All in favor of extending the time to midnight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ms. Chi?
Yes.
Okay. No opposition. Any opposition? 7-0 in favor. All right. So this is our next public. Go ahead.
Marisol Espino.
Yes, Marisol Espino. I am a mere alum and a PUSD parent. I was supposed to attend a grief support group tonight, something crucial to my healing after my family lost our home of 29 years and our entire neighborhood. Instead, I am here because, once again, this district's lack of transparency and poor communication has left parents fighting for basic information about our children's safety. Yesterday morning, parents had to push the district for answers after realizing schools were reopening without completed environmental testing and missing results for multiple campuses. We were left to make decisions with incomplete and misleading information. You repeatedly stated in communications and was even quoted in the LA Times saying all PUSD sites will be cleaned, sanitized, and pass environmental tests before opening. This has not been true. Schools reopened this morning despite Jackson, Marshall, Muir, and PHS only having preliminary results that had not undergone final review. Marshall decided to open actually days before testing was even completed or results were even posted. PHS, John Muir, Marshall, and Jackson still have only preliminary results, yet the districts claim all schools have passed testing. People have noted here that the surviving homes have gone over these testings that have led, the wildfires have led, and mosquitoes and other toxins, and you guys have decided not to test our air, soil, and water for our children. And these testings for these homes that have survived have come back failed. They're being tested positive for these things. Why are we not applying the same standard to our schools and for our children? We deserve real testing, real transparency, and real accountability. The district must do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move to item I, comments from labor unions. Do we have anyone in the room? Mr. Gardner from UTP.
Good evening, Dr. Blanco, Superintendent Blanco, and members of the board. I come to you with my labor comments this week, January 30th. So today and across the last week, our UTP members, along with the rest of our labor unions, have worked really hard to welcome back as many of our 14,000 students as we were able to. A reminder, I know you're aware, but just want to speak to the fact that dozens of our UTP members lost their homes and many more were displaced. It's been the heroic effort of teachers, classified, and all other certificated to help make sure that our classrooms can be as welcoming as possible today, as well as over the last week, depending on which schools district our students are in. I want to celebrate the fact that we were able to sign an MOU that provided needed support and protections for those that were displaced by the fires, and this will make sure that our members can get the leave that they need when they need to make those critical meetings with insurance companies, with adjusters, with or just places, if they're looking for a place to live, that they have that time built into their, that they're able to take that time. I want to remind you all that the same teacher workforce that has stepped up to the plate, I want the board to consider that if we truly trust teachers, you want to make sure that you support them fully by providing sufficient collaboration time. We've been getting a lot, but we know with all the cuts, there is discussion of cutting a lot of that time. Sufficient planning time. We've provided suggestions in how we can reconfigure our instructional minutes to make sure that everybody has planning time, even if we reduce some of the costs, as well as just calling out the fact that we need an appropriate balance of instruction and making sure that our teachers can prepare for student needs. And so I want to draw your attention to that. Our hours article reflects some of these changes that we think will help focus our teacher time on teacher activities and make sure that our students can receive the best education possible. With regards to special education, the special education article, we are awaiting breathlessly the response from the district and hope to see it at our next bargaining session. But just to be clear about what's in there and what we're asking for is appropriate caseloads, structured compliance time, structured planning time for all of our elementary teachers. We believe that making sure that we have planning time for everybody at every level will help make sure that our student needs, especially those of our students with special needs, are attended to and paid attention to at the highest degree possible. More dedicated planning time, which again can be done without extra cost, will lead to higher quality instruction when we have the students in front of us. I brought up earlier the fact that so many of our teachers have been hit. In the fall, in December, PUSD was gearing up for dozens of layoffs this year. And I just want to raise the specter of a lot of the individuals who have already lost everything. There's a few cases that I can share sometime. They're just devastating. Many of them will be among those that will lose their jobs if we have RIFs this year. In the last 10 years, PUSD, and across the state even, it's not just a PUSD thing, the layoff hire cycle wastes millions, if not billions of dollars. And within our district, we often lose 2 months of morale across school sites. After all that our teachers and certificated staff have been pouring into these reopening efforts, as well as over the next few months, to have RIFs happen this year would be devastating. And it always seems to happen right before state testing, and it makes me wonder sometimes what the impact might have been year after year of these layoff hire cycles on our state testing. There is a better way. Other districts, we are already going to have many of our staff not return because the closest they could find a place to live is 50 to 100 miles away. They're making the heroic sacrifice to make it this year, but they may not in the future, and that's not, we understand the housing situation is something that you all can snap fingers and fix. So we are going to lose people because they're going to move to places that are closer to where they now live. But with those that have made that commitment, that stick with us, I urge you to consider other options besides RIFs. You can reduce class size in Kinder First 7-9 or where there is room. There are retirement incentives that can be considered. There's also a retraining option that San Diego used, and it helped them fill critical vacancies in special ed, and it's a great way for us to use our human resources and make sure we don't lose these trained and proven teachers. You know, they've gone through the ringer. We're all experiencing this crisis together. The rest of the state is not experiencing this the way we are. And so the more we can keep the fellowship together, so to speak, the better off we'll be. Last thing I want to just say is I know we don't get Measure EE money until next year, but these decisions about layoffs are about what we're going to be spending next year. And how can we tell voters that approved Measure EE in City of Pasadena was at 73%, that we're supporting the classroom if it results in yet again a tanking of our classroom expenditure, if we cut what was looking like was going to be anticipated in our classrooms. So thank you for considering all possible alternatives before pulling that last lever, and we look forward to working with you on future bargaining proposals. Thank you for your time.
So now we're moving to item J, action items, approval of Pasadena. So sorry, I'm moving so fast. All right, everybody's here, okay. CSEA, how are you?
Good afternoon.
All right, good.
My name is Julio Venegas. I would like to thank President Holly and the rest of the board, Superintendent. Just been running around, so forgive me. Just wanted to speak on behalf of our classified employees. As with the reopening of the schools, many of our members are affected, and we're serving our kids at our school sites, and many of them have not returned back to work because they've been personally affected. All I'm asking for the district and the board to help our classified employees that have been affected by the fires. Many of them are still displaced. Many of them have not returned to work. The only thing I ask is for the district to help those that are, I don't want to say suffering, but, are dealing with this fire. We can't help students if we can't help, we got to help ourselves first. And I'm just here to advocate for those that are not here. And I'm just kind of lost in words. I just want to help those that are dealing with the aftermath of all this. We want more days for our members so they could deal with the effects of the fires. So if you please just consider, working with our members a lot more. And it's a small group of members that are affected, whether they're displaced or their house burned, that's the group of people that I'm willing to help out and go all out to help those out. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hawley, Dr. Blanco, members of the board, and members of SLT. My name is Jody Marqueso. I am the president-elect for the Association of Pasadena School Administrators. I want to start tonight by first giving a huge shout out to our Teamsters and all the work they did to prepare our schools for our return. They were there, within 48 hours doing the work, so. The Eaton fire has brought unimaginable loss to our students, families, staff, and community. Our hearts are with everyone who was affected by this tragedy, and APSA would like to recognize the individuals who led PUSD through the devastation of the Eaton fires, our SLT. Even though they were also dealing with the impact of the fires in their own personal ways, they set that aside and put the needs of the district before themselves. They worked more hours a day than they slept, and we are just assuming that their own families took a back seat so that they could focus on the needs of the families of the Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre communities. Dr. Canal, thank you for your empathy towards our workforce and for reminding us that we need to take care of our adults before we can ask them to take care of our children. You modeled what it means to put people first. You emphasized the human in human resources. Mr. Bravo Karimi, thank you for doing whatever is necessary to create healthy and safe spaces for our staff and students to return to and to make sure that they have the facilities they need to successfully learn in. I am guessing that this is not what you were expecting when you joined the team 6 months ago, but you are exactly what we needed. Dr. Chan Hill, you are PUSD. You have so much love and care for all of our employees and students. You made sure that we were all updated and informed and led each update meeting with calm and grace. You made sure that our students had lessons and resources available so that their learning was not too impacted. Dr. Reynoso, thank you for your focus on the social emotional health of our children and staff, for being present on the front lines with food and water distribution, and for coordinating with PCC to provide a space where our community could come together multiple times. Mr. Garcia, Albert Garcia, thank you for quickly organizing a response to technology needs of students and staff, while also focusing on next steps with the Promethean boards that all teachers are looking forward to having. May I recommend we go backwards in the alphabet on that. Ms. Hilda Ramirez Horvath, thank you for your timely and consistent communication to the PUSD community. Everyone felt connected and knew what the plan was. It was helpful to have all of the communication be centralized so that we as school leaders could focus on our families and staff who needed us the most at that time. Zoila Oriano and Fatima Montoya, sorry if I mispronounced the name. for remaining true to PUSD for decades and having the historic knowledge that was needed. Always in the background, you provided the support needed for decisions to be made. Although not official members of SLT, there are some additional individuals who we'd like to recognize. Mr. Carrasco, his team they handled the heaviest of the workloads, literally and figuratively. Not only did they have to clean up after the damages of a windstorm, a fire, and then if that wasn't enough, the universe added some rain. They worked around the clock to save classroom pets and make our campuses a safe place to learn. Thank you to Dr. Malone for being available to answer phone calls, texts, and emails from all of us 24/7. Wrangling the principals and getting us to follow directions and stay off campuses during this time was probably the hardest job of PUSD. For Liz Powell, as soon as possible, she found a way to keep our families fed by providing grab-and-go meals at various locations. Dr. Alcazar, thank you for maintaining the balance between responding to a crisis while also keeping the HR gears moving so that schools had everyone they needed when we returned. And Dr. Blanco, you have remained calm and steadfast in your leadership. You have advocated for what is in the best interest of our staff and students, and you have remained true to that conviction, even though we all know you have received some pushback. You held strong, and you have modeled for all of us what a true leader is. All of these individuals are members of the Association of Pasadena School Administrators. This is the power of APSA. This is the power of us. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? CTE? All right, so we are going to move on.
I'm wondering if we can reconsider our motion of the time extension. I'm just worried, I don't know exactly how many cards there were for that item, and I don't know if
There's
that's
23.
built into the agenda. I'm concerned we're going to run out of time, and so we can do a motion to reconsider, and so I would like to.
Yeah, let's wait till we get closer, because we just added this up, and if we can be brief on the consent agenda and brief on board committee reports, I think we can do this.
All right, I have 4 pulls.
We'll deal with 4 pulls. Yes, I'm going to that now. Yes? I'm not understanding. Yeah, okay. We're now on item J, action items. Approval of Pasadena Educational Foundation Liaison. New BOE liaisons, Michelle Bailey and Tina Fredericks. We
Move
have
to approve.
this.
Second.
Ask for the call for a vote.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Can we use my full name, Michelle Richardson Bailey, please?
Yes, we'll make a note of that.
I noticed there's quite a few, wherever my name is, it's not the full name. I would appreciate that.
We will do that. I just made a
Thank
note
you.
of that. So do we have a motion on this? And a second? Okay, all in approval? Student board member, Ms. Chi?
Yes.
Okay, all in approval. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, 7-0. 7-0, sorry. Student board member report, Ms. Chi.
Thank you to President Hall Lee, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Blanco for your continued contributions and commitment to the Pasadena Unified School System and support to our Student Assembly. The Student Assembly and Student Think Tank would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude for your leadership and the district's unwavering support during these challenging times. In particular, we are deeply appreciative of how quickly and effectively the school district responded to the Ian fires. The fires have affected many in our community, including students, staff, and their families. We recognize the hardships that this natural disaster has caused and are grateful for the district's swift action in ensuring the safety of all students while also providing the necessary resources to support those impacted. In the spirit of well-being, as we are coming back to school, the Student Assembly and Student Think Tank would like to remind teachers, administrations, and students to have grace for each other. 3 weeks ago, 50% of our district had to evacuate. Over 10,000 structures in Altadena were consumed by flames. It is important to recognize that we are in the midst of one of the most devastating disasters in California history. As fellow Student Assembly member German Maxey and Student Think Tank member Paulina McConnell stated at PUSD's Reopen, Restore, Rebuild, and Rise gathering last week, we cannot return to schools and pretend that nothing happened. Speaking as a Student Assembly member from one of the earliest schools that reopened since the devastation, Blair, I would like to express my gratitude to the teachers who have shown so much patience to the students. Whether that means creating safe spaces where we can share our experience through our shared trauma, giving the class a warm cup of cocoa and some snacks, or just easing into the workload. As students, we urge our teachers that their top priority should not be getting back on track academically. Instead, we invite teachers to create a space where students can process and heal from what we and they have been through. The emotional toll of the devastation is significant, and for many of us, returning to a classroom feels overwhelming. It's not just about catching up on assignments and returning to lessons. It's about reestablishing a sense of normalcy and emotional security. Healing takes time, and that's okay. Let's be patient with the process and give ourselves permission to take it one day at a time. We also want to acknowledge the incredible work of our teachers, administrators, first responders, and community members who have shown resilience and solidarity in the face of these emergencies. Their commitment to our safety and well-being is a reminder of the strength of our community and the importance of standing together during difficult times. As we move forward, we can remain committed to supporting one another and continue to be inspired by all of the efforts involved in managing the impact of the fires. We appreciate the continued focus on student safety and recovery, and we stand united with PUSD Board of Education and our administration to ensure that our district remains a place of support, resilience, and growth for all of our students. May we remember this fire not as a tragic story of loss, but the inspirational story of how our community came together. We would then like to share an update on our new student assembly. Since the elections, our cabinet has doubled in size, allowing us to have a greater and stronger group to more accurately represent the students. With these new members joining our team, we feel even more confident that the student assembly will be a sustainable and successful system. In spite of the devastation, the student assembly and student think tank have met online every day over the past few weeks to form a collaborative working group to better serve our students. This past Monday, the Student Assembly and Student Think Tank held a 5-hour meeting at Blair with over 30 students from both groups in attendance. In the meeting, we implemented a circle group where we shared our feelings, insecurities, and concerns. The amount of love and support I felt from the group was overwhelming. By the end of the meeting, not only did we progress on our matters of business, but we all left the room feeling so full. We also carved out time to work on the upcoming youth conference, with more details coming soon, worked on special elections for Marshall, CIS, and Rose City, and provided training for new members of PUSD's Student Assembly and Think Tank. As we continue to navigate through these challenging times, we remain focused on a shared goal and the well-being of our community. The Student Think Tank and the Student Assembly will continue to hold weekly meetings, ensuring that we remain connected and responsive to the needs of our peers. Together, we will prioritize emotional healing, support for our teachers and families, and continue to work on projects like the Youth Conference and the special elections. We are proud of the resilience and unity that has emerged from this difficult time, and we look forward to working hand in hand with all members of the PUSD leadership and community to create a stronger and more supportive environment for everyone. Thank you for your continued support, and let's keep moving forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chi. Now we will move to L, Board Committee Reports, and I'm hoping that we can be substantive and brief so we can get to these public comments and to the presentation. Does
We can
anybody have
skip
one?
it too.
That's a good idea too.
Yeah, let's just.
Does anyone have a pressing need? Okay, we're moving on. So we're moving on to public comment. We are at that moment.
Okay.
And we're doing 1 minute, and hopefully. Okay. We're not going to do the public comment. We're going to wait until after the presentation, so we will have the superintendent's leadership team and your presentation.
Thank you. I think Dr. Blanco is going to kick us off, and our whole team will come up here. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate everything that our APSA said about all of you, and I know that we don't have a lot of time, so I just want to say that we echo their sentiments for everyone that's had a collective impact on bringing us back to school. We know we can't answer all the questions. We meet regularly with federal government agencies, local agencies, and frankly, there's not a lot of guidance about how far you can be from a burn zone, what the long-term effects are of soot and ash and the things that you've brought this evening. So I want you to know that we're working with environmental hygienists, scientists, engineers, and we're making decisions based on the best information that we have. I have 6 children. I think somebody said earlier, think about if you would put your children in this situation. That is the center of my decisions every single day. 2 of the people standing here before you have their children in our schools. Well, maybe one graduated. They're graduated, but they had their children in our schools. And their decisions are always about what they want for their children because they're here. You know, many of our employees have come back to work that have lost everything too. And they're working because they want to do the very best for your children. None of these situations are ideal. We are not asking our charter families to do anything we're not asking our own teachers and leaders to do. You have always been part of the plan since we started planning. This is not a situation that we have control over. We're not hiding any spaces. We're not hiding any buildings that we don't want people to use. We would not have co-located Elliott and McKinley, 2 middle schools together, if we had a different choice. And I know there's been a history, you know, between some of our charter leaders in the district. We have hired Mr. Bravo Karimi, an expert in charter schools. You can look him up on the internet and you can see. He was the CBO of a charter school. Part of the decision in hiring him was so that we could build trust with our charter leaders and we could get it right. But at the same time, I want to say our district, when I say above and beyond, there's certain laws that we have not followed to benefit you. And one of them is we're required to give space only to district children. We have never approached your schools that way. We've given space for all children. So we have teachers teaching in the same classrooms together. We have schools co-locating, and our goal has always been to make sure your communities could come back together in one space because we know that they need to see your teachers and your leaders just like the children who attend PUSD. Again, these are not ideal offers. It's not ideal situations. I want you to be back in school. We had people work all night assembling furniture for you so your schools would be ready when you got there. You have to understand that we are under a circumstance right now where we don't have a lot of choices. For our children, your children, the children of PUSD, they're one child. I mean, one group of children. We're not looking at anything different or asking you to do anything different that we're not asking our own families to do. And I want to make that very clear. And, you know, it is unfortunate. And like I said, I have children, and to address the preliminary safety concerns, the people were asleep last night. The reason it says preliminary is because it needs to go to their formatting to be in the same format. Nothing is going to change on the results. If you see your children, and I'm sure you have, when they connect with other children and people that they know, they need to be back together for their social, emotional health. We are not rushing the reopening for any other reason than our students' needs. They've been through COVID. You've been through COVID. And our community has been devastated. That includes Sierra Madre. That includes the town of Pasadena and the city of Pasadena. There are many children that have to see the same stuff that you're concerned about going to Pasadena High School. We've been in the neighborhoods. We're looking to see, is there any other option? And there aren't options right now. Our city and town, our cities and towns have a lot of damage. And, you know, I understand your concerns, but please know we share your concerns and we're doing the very best that we can for your children based on the information that we have today. So one more thing I want to say. I've never seen so many things happen to the people standing before you right now in 21 days. We have had deaths in our family. We have had our children in the hospital. We have had parents who were evacuated from their home that didn't understand why because of their own medical health situations. We've had parents that have fallen down and been taken to the hospital. This small group of people, their in-laws lost their homes, and they never stopped working for your children. We are committed to every child, whether they attend a charter school or a PUSD. Yes, we are committed to every child, regardless of where they go to school. And I want you to know that. And that is really a testament of what you're going to hear, you know, from them as they present where we're at. We're very sorry for everything all of you are going through. We want to be here to support you.
Thank you, Dr. Franco. I just want to reopen with our original goals. When we speak about restoring community, I think Dr. Blanco has encompassed who that community is very well. So as a reminder, we were here to reopen, which we have successfully been able to do with most of our schools today, restore, rebuild, and rise. I'm going to hand it to Mr. Bravo Karimi.
So the information here is familiar. Most important thing is after 7 instructional days, all schools are now open. 17, what did I say? Sorry, 17. So with the most recent phase with schools reopening today, all Pasadena Unified School District schools are open. So health and safety has obviously been a big focus of our reopening efforts, given the unprecedented nature of the fires. A lot of good information on our website, so thanks to the communications team and others who help populate all the test results. As Dr. Blanco and others have mentioned, we've worked in close consultation with county and city public health, with officials from the state and federal government. And while there are no specific legal requirements, we did consult about our cleanup and testing efforts to ensure that everybody agreed with our approach. And so those results were posted in transparency, and folks can access it at the link on the slide. So, as also has been discussed a lot, many of our schools were either completely or substantially damaged by the fire. That included Elliott's Art Magnet, Avison School of Leaders at the Noyes campus, Odyssey Charter School South at the Edison campus, Rosebud Academy at the Loma Alta campus, as well as the Franklin campus, which was principally a professional development center. There were, however, other schools that also needed to be relocated in addition to those that were substantially or completely burned. That included Altadena Arts Magnet, as well as some of our early childhood and pre-K classes. And so I'm going to go one by one to describe kind of the relocation, co-location, destination of these schools, as well as the date on which they opened. So first, Elliott Arts Magnet, as mentioned earlier, opened today, co-locating with McKinley across the street. It's important to note that, as Dr. Blanco mentioned, our own schools also, just like our partners in the charter community, there were limited options, and they were not given an option of where to go. We had to work on planning for where to put these students who were tragically displaced by the fire with 5 fewer properties than we had before. And there simply was not enough space across our campuses to give every school, including the Pasadena Unified Schools, the same amount of space that they had before. Elliott Arts Magnet is co-locating with McKinley with substantially less space than they had at their prior location. Now, we of course are working hard to provide portables and other space, but that doesn't happen overnight. Altadena Arts Magnet similarly moved to the Allendale campus, also with substantially less space and fewer classrooms than they had at their previous location. For Altadena Arts Magnet, we also committed to install portables as quickly as we can to provide them as close as possible to the previous amount of space that they had. But they're making do with what we had available in a short period of time. That school also opened today. The early child offices and the pre-K classes, they moved from Cleveland to both Webster and Jefferson Children's Center campuses in order to make room for our charter partner, Avison. Those classes were moved also today. Avison School of Leaders have been offered space at Cleveland and Washington campuses. We are awaiting an acceptance or a response to our offer. Our hope was, like all of the schools, to find one home for all schools and to make them available as quickly as possible so students could be back in the classroom. In all these cases that I've mentioned so far, it's less than what they had at their prior campuses, including Elliott and Altadena. Last night, we did offer additional space in addition to what had been made available at Cleveland by moving existing programming from the Cleveland campus elsewhere. Additional space at Washington campus because of how much we were hearing from the Avison community about the insufficiency of the space at Cleveland. We didn't want schools to be located on multiple sites, but we are trying to respond to the feedback we're getting from the leadership of the Avison schools. Odyssey Charter School South, previously at Edison campus, the offer was to move to the Audubon campus to join the Odyssey Charter School. This idea of combining the two Odyssey campuses was something that we have discussed with Odyssey leadership from before the fire. After the fire, this was an idea that we also discussed that was the preference of Odyssey. We understand the concerns of the community. I get it, I'm a parent. But these were the wishes of the Odyssey leadership. We are not trying to shoehorn Odyssey onto that campus. We are awaiting so one highlight, this is an update from since this slide was put together. Odyssey has secured a private location for their students and is working to secure additional private sites for their students. But they have accepted the offer at Audubon because we need to install portables in order to accommodate the entire student population. So while they've accepted the offer, they're securing private locations to house their students in the interim period. Finally, Rosebud Academy from Loma Alta to space at Don Benito campus. While we have not reached a final formal agreement with Rosebud, we are just working out the logistical details with their leadership, and we hope to have a resolution very soon for their co-location with Don Benito. Don Benito also, to accommodate the space that we've offered Rosebud, we moved existing programs out of those spaces in order to provide as much space as we have now to that school community. In all these cases, we've always offered to continue to work towards adding additional space for our schools as well as for our partners in the charter community. As Dr. Blanco mentioned, we know these are difficult circumstances. But again, I just want to stress, the district has 5 fewer campuses than it had before, and we have had to make do with what's left, which has resulted in co-locations for both ourselves and offers to the charter community, as well as substantially less space for our own schools as well than those schools had at their previous locations.
Thank you, Mr. Bravo Karimi. So while we want to actually provide you some data throughout this entire presentation, and while you typically see data in the form of numbers, I felt that it was much more illustrative for you to see some images of that data actually happening. So it really has only been 20 days since the fire and 17 instructional days. And to imagine that we are in the space that we are in now in that time period is pretty unfathomable. And yet, the numbers will show you why we've been able to get this far. Since the fire, we've been able to have distribution events. Over 200 families came to our Convoy of Hope. We've had Chromebook distributions. Well over 100 families came through. But this is where it gets bigger. Each day that we've been able to provide meals, nearly 3,000 meals have been served to families. Over 5,000 individual instructional materials have been reordered and replenished, barcoded and sent out. So thank you so much to the CIPD team in the warehouse who processed that. 1,500 additional crew to the Teamsters and M&O front lines that we've had working have gone through and thoroughly cleaned the schools with such precision, working around the clock. I can't even count the hours. Thousands, I can't even count the thousands who came to our Community Connector event, hosted by PCC, an incredible partner during this time, leading to over 2,000 employees showing up at the very top picture to PCC on our Welcome Back event, which was unlike any other. So those numbers tell you that a significant amount of work has happened behind the scenes, in front of community spaces, and all with our community inviting everyone who's been in this room and more in their school communities to attend. But with that, we also know that as we enter the schools, we've gotten to reopening. That was the first step in our goal marker. But really taking stock of what the reality is understanding that this is a long haul process and journey. So we have a lot to celebrate in these last 21 days, but we also have a lot to heal from and a lot to understand our new context. So let me give you a little bit of background on the numbers that you do see. We have a preliminary district-wide impact map here, which is only listing, I have a few caveats, only listing confirmed property losses, people who lost homes, whether they were families or staff. What you won't see in the numbers is potential siblings. So these are families, not individual students. You might see, for example, 27 families affected at one school. That might mean multiple or more students than 27 because there are multiple siblings in those families. Additionally, you don't see the impact of any changes in residential circumstances, right? These are individuals who did lose, or families and staff members who did lose their homes. However, we know that many more are displaced and unable to get back to their home for quite some time, traveling from different distances, or now housing and supporting additional family members or friends, and therefore household changes have occurred in terms of space and in size. So those are all different ways that impact can be measured that we don't yet have a full handle on. So right now we're just at the stage of understanding who's lost their home, which is significant in and of itself. So at this time, we also know that the numbers are constantly fluctuating because there are people we haven't been able to get a hold of. And as today, with all PUSD schools open, we've been taking stock through attendance, but we are still outreaching to families who we haven't been able to get a hold of. Between staff and families at our elementary on the left and secondary schools on the right, we have nearly 1,000 people who have lost their homes. Additionally, this doesn't count any of our programs, any of our central office folks, any of our district service center folks who are not associated with the school. I think many in the APSA public comment earlier were named as well. So we know that there are other impacts as well. So just understanding that scope of impact across the numbers in our district mean that we are not going back into normality. We want to feel normal, but we have to understand that our context is very much changed. So what we're going to share with you next are structures that we are putting in place and continuing to grow in order to support that new normal.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. I'm not doing a community circle tonight. We're just going to give you the data of what has transpired since you all set the tone that night. Our community circles are happening each and every day, sometimes all day long, sometimes at the beginning of the day, sometimes at the end of the day. And it has been so powerful to hear our children and our staff connect over what has happened, whether in joy or in tragedy. And I want to say, in anticipation of what we were thinking about what would happen, I'm so grateful that I was given an opportunity to make the ask. And you always say, careful what you ask for, right? In this case, it turned out to be so much better. I want to first just thank my 2 team members who have been by my side. I think Shanna Mumalo called her team the ride or die. I love that. I just love my team. Laura Chalakian and Erica Vilipondo from Thrive and PUSD Mental Health would not have been able to put the numerous amounts of mental health crisis counselors on our campuses without them. They themselves were leading this with very small teams, many of which who had been impacted as well. But they have been true to their word to provide mental health to every single staff and every single student in the PUSD upon opening. We had a meeting that Dr. Blanco coordinated with our Los Angeles County of Education, LACO, and we asked, what do you need? What's going to happen? And so we did, and I said, I need mental health support. We had people from Northern California, Southern California, PUSD Mental Health, Thrive, Marin County Office of Education, Conejo Valley Office of Education, Orange County Office of Education, Alhambra Unified School District. And what's to come is that we've had, I said I was hoping for 40. We've had an exceeding amount of over 60 plus people descend upon our campuses, be ready for students, and they have been seen in all different ways, pushing into classrooms, leading circles, talking to kids, painting rocks, doing whatever it is and whatever it takes to be there in the moment to receive our children and our staff where they are. I also just want to point out that this wraparound that we have, this huge hug, is not something that's just going to happen right now. We've had multiple people reach out to us, and we are establishing a staggered way of support, hopefully through the end of the year. Those parties are Kaiser Permanente, Dee Dee Henrich reached out to us, Department of Mental Health out of Los Angeles County, and many others will create a scaffold for as long as this is going to take. Sacramento Office of Education has reached out and said, what do you need? I'm going to keep saying, yes, please. So we're very grateful for this marathon that we have endured, because this mental health is about establishing wellness and goodness, and I can already see the ramifications, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, Dr. Blanco, for allowing us to make that ask. What you don't see is all of the data because we had to turn this in. So I wanted to share a little bit about our attendance. That is my other world. So thank you to Brian Stanley and Lloyd Dabasol, who have, again, working when I'm like, hey, I need this like right now or 3 days ago. And they were like, we got it. And we've been working with every single school site upon opening so that they understand the urgency to provide this type of data every single day. They normally do it with some type of precision, but by the end of the week is when we really do this deep dive. And we said we can't wait for that. So we have worked with every single site to make sure that we have what we can in a timely fashion. Next day is when we actually get all of it for our secondaries. But I wanted just to give some, and of course I don't have my glasses, so I'm hoping I can read this. Some highlights upon our opening. We've seen Hamilton. I'm going to read every single school that we've opened just so you can hear a little bit with the numbers that I have. And I'm going to give first day to today, not the whole series. So Hamilton, we opened at 90%. As of today, they were at 97%. Willard Elementary opened at 84%. They are at 94%. Blair Middle School, High School, 87%. Thank you. God, it sucks getting old. So, well, I'm appreciating it. I don't like wearing glasses. That's it. That's all. San Rafael started at 88% at almost 94%. McKinley Elementary started at 82%. As of today, they were at 91%. McKinley Middle School started off at 77%. As of today, they were at 92%. Rose City started at 52%. As of today, well, I'm going to give you yesterday's because I don't have it. We'll have it tomorrow morning. 71, almost 72%. Field Elementary started this past week at 75%. As of today, they were at 90%. Washington Elementary started at 75%, ended today at 89%. Madison, 87% to 90%. Norma Coombs, 83 to 91. Don Benito, 79 to 83. Sierra Madre Elementary School, 87 to 91. Sierra Madre, as of yesterday, I don't have theirs until tomorrow morning, almost at 90%. Octavia Butler, and I'm sorry that I'm doing this, but I just want you to see the numbers. 85% as of yesterday. Altadena Elementary started today, 85%. Longfellow Elementary, 84%. Elliott, I will have tomorrow. I will get that for you. Webster Elementary, 82%. Jackson, 69%. Muir, 91, almost 92%. Marshall, 91%. PHS, 92%. I share these numbers with you because when we do the calculation of what we call our normal off of the October date, we're not so far off. Yes, we have lost some families temporarily, and we hope that they come back. But our schools opened to a home that our children and our staff know. We had staff return to a space that they call home away from home, and that is the only thing they may have right now. Our students, thank goodness, showed up to know that they were home. So our attendance is showing great results, and we will stick with it as long as we need to make sure they feel loved and welcomed every single day. So they stick with us and they stay with us, because it is, you know what I'm going to say, the power of us. And that is how we're going to get this through. Thank you. Dr. Hill.
Thanks, Julie. I do need glasses, you're right, but I don't have them. So, inside the context of attendance, though, we also have to face the reality that we do have some students that are obviously displaced, moving, and there is going to be some fluidity between district lines. So I wanted to share what we have current as of yesterday of the number of students who have disenrolled. Now, mind you, we do have families that have not yet attended, but have not yet disenrolled, and so that is a gray space for us. But as of right now, district-wide, 90 students have officially completed the process of disenrollment. We do see that the majority of them are disenrolling into another California public school. About half of them are in the San Gabriel Valley, and the other half are beyond what we would call the commutable zone. There are a few who went out of state. I think we have a preschooler who went out of the country. We didn't mark that here. And then a couple in private school. So again, we expect that number to fluctuate over time. Some have left for a time period and plan to be back in the next school year, and some may have left for good. But we're following up on each family, trying to do exit interviews as we can, and then update as we get that gray area between attending and enrolling resolved. All right, now for staff.
Thank you, Dr. Chanhill. There's a lot of data on this slide, so I'm going to just walk you through a little bit of it. Coming back, there was a lot of unknowns, wondering of how many staff were impacted, how many were going to be returning to the classrooms. One of the items we broke on certificated staff in the first two columns is those that were reported absences based on the Eaton fire versus absences that were pre-scheduled. For example, if somebody was out on medical leave, if somebody was out on workers' comp, so there's other types of absences that folks have typically are out. We desegregated the data to show you the difference between in terms of absences for employees. We reached out to employees to have a discussion regarding the impact that this has had on them and how we in human resources can support them. And you heard some of those comments through our labor partners in terms of being pleased in terms of some of the work that has been done to ensure that we were there for employees. And the one other column that's on here is, and something that I'm very grateful to you, all of you, is back in August of 2023, I made a request 3 months after arriving for a personnel to work specifically with substitutes for the district. Before, as you might remember, Pasadena Unified did not have our own substitutes. It was something through a third party that we manage. Because of that, we have somebody that has been focused on ensuring that our classrooms have high quality substitutes. Some of the data that I've reported before, and it has not changed during this tragic event, is 100% fill rates every time that a teacher is out of the classroom for either an absence. For scheduled professional developments, we have had 100% fill rates since we've hired that person. It has not changed with this tragic fire, not knowing how many of our staff were going to be. So this informs you 13, or now I need my glasses, 15 of the absences for certificated throughout this entire period have been Eaton related. Non-Eaton related, there's 31. So you can add both of those numbers. It tells you how many certificated staff members have been out. You'll notice that certificated substitutes is much higher than that. And the reason for that is anticipating needs at the school sites. We've employed rover subs. So we fill the absences. If a teacher is going to be out, we provide them with a substitute. In addition to that, we have been providing additional staff to the sites. At least 2 roving subs for every elementary, 3 for every middle school, and 4 for every high school to assist them with any needs that they may have. Part of it was anticipating any absences or any folks that we were unaware that were not going to be returning to us. So we provided that extra support staff. In addition to that, people have been using them in a lot of creative ways to assist in the classrooms, relieving folks to provide that mental health support throughout our campuses. And that has happened since day one, and it will continue to do so. So there's a lot more adults that we're providing. So I'm very thankful to our substitute pool, to our substitutes, employees of PUSD, who have really responded when we reach out to them to making sure that they were going to be able to help us and provide the support of our students. So I'm very grateful to them. On the right side is for classified absences, also related to Eaton, desegregated those impacted absences Eaton related versus normal absences that would have occurred otherwise. In addition, we've provided some subs for those, but in addition, we actually reach out to a few retirees to help us, support us during that time, whether it's an office manager, a clerk, or custodial. So we're very grateful for the response of retirees and other subs who have come to assist us to ensuring that there was a personnel in the front office or as a custodian and being there for our kids. So very grateful for the response of folks, personnel being there. A lot of these folks, you'll notice some of the numbers are lower than what you heard from Dr. Chan Hill, because while some of our staff have lost their home, so they were impacted, they're still coming to work. So that's, pardon me? Yes. So a lot of our employees, the numbers of impacted, while you see the absence is much lower, it is because they're choosing to come to PUSD and be here for their students despite having been impacted. That is true for certificated employees, classified employees, certificated employees, and for ABSA management employees. It is true that they have had the tragedy impacted as well, but you don't see the absences reflected here because they are coming to support our students and knowing the priority that they have placed. And we're very thankful for their service during this difficult time as well. So you'll see the disparity between the two numbers. Also very grateful to our 5 labor partners: CSEA, Teamsters, PACT, UTP, ABSA. Again, we have worked with them to, Mr. Garner mentioned about MOU to ensure that teachers are going to come back, they felt safe, and that they also were going to be, mindful of those that were impacted by the fire. A special shout out to our Teamsters who reported to work the next day, the morning of the fire, who were here without an MOU, saying what is it that we can do to support. You heard from Teamsters earlier. But their request wasn't about to discuss an MOU. They wanted to know what is it that we can do to support. They did not worry about job classifications. So a really good shout out to them in supporting us. We're continuing to do some negotiations with our CACA and our Teamsters, but again, very grateful for their partnership during this process. From the risk management perspective, switching hats a little bit, where staff is engaged with weekly meetings. That should probably say 3 meetings a week with our adjusters, with our third-party administrators, with our brokers to ensure that we leverage our insurance companies for every penny that is owed to the district because of this strategy. So I'm very grateful for the partnership across all the divisions, working really close with Saman Bravo Karimi and his staff to ensure that we're aligned when we meet with our carriers, to ensure that we employ forensic accountants, to ensure that we leverage the policies that we have to ensure that, not only for the coverage of the actual buildings and the properties, but for all the expenses that we have to now incur because of this fire. And as you might imagine, the cost is very high because of this, but we're leveraging the risk management perspective to ensure that that is covered by insurance. So we're working very diligently on that, 2-3 meetings a day. And I'm also very proud of Carrasco, Mr. Dunning, a really special shout out for them. I know that many of you know that when there's phone calls or videos, they're sending at 12 or 1 in the morning and they're on a campus working. Really, they're also not only doing that, but they're also working with my staff to ensure that we're documenting everything for the insurance claims adjuster. So a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of phases when it comes to the risk management perspective. The first phase was obviously making sure that we leverage insurance so that we can get everybody back. The phases will be about modules. Another phase will be about working in terms of property costs and what are some next plans, but that's going to be coming down the line. There's a lot of work to be done. As has been mentioned several times, I think this is day 22 of this, so there's a lot of work to be done from the risk management. Is it 23? We're in the 20s still. So 20, day 20. So there's quite a bit of work to be done, but there's quite a bit of work that has already taken place. So we appreciate your leadership as a board and supporting us through this process. I'm going to give it back up to Dr. Chan Hill.
Oh, whoops, thank you. Another visualization as I share with you some thoughts around learning continuity. In the spirit of what Dr. Canal actually was just sharing, learning continuity is not something that solely rests in the academics division. Every person that has been mentioned, every department and division that has been mentioned contributed to learning continuity in this time and for the next months to come. Mr. Dunning and Mr. Carrasco's teams absolutely would not have the space that we need to have learning continuity in its finest without the significant hours that they have put in. So you'll see a lot of things that are collaborative. You're going to see that even the data that I shared, it was a firm team between ITS and enrollment that had to bring that together so that we could make decisions around the instructional spaces. So there's going to be a lot of conversation around ITS, technology, academics, CIPD, all of these different folks drawing this up. Swiss and the deep integration of social emotional learning with what we traditionally think as academics. The reason why I really phrase this is because in the coming days and years, folks are going to ask us, how did kids learn and how did they do? And they're going to judge us by different markers that are available, whether it's a state assessment or it's the data that we produce or anything that's local. But either way, that's going to be the ultimate question of success. How did our kids do? And we're going to come back to this time and realize that for 21 days, we were very much focused on a crisis that maybe felt like academics were taking the back seat. But under advisement from the other school districts that have gone through this exact same crisis, they actually said, it is where it is right now because you have to ensure that basic needs are being met so that academics can really flourish when the time is right. With that said, one thing that I am very proud of with this team is that academics never disappeared. Continuity of learning was in place from the time that we closed schools. A lot of that is credit to, I never thought I'd say this, but credit to COVID, that we had a lot of structures that enabled us to have self-directed online learning, as well as other means of communicating with teachers and providing instructional guidance. You'll see an example of scope and sequences laid out for activities for teachers to do day by day. A big shout out to Kim Knutson, instructional coach over at Sierra Madre Middle, who created Padlets for healing and hope. We have the original wellness studio from Swiss that we enacted in COVID that we are now building back upon. And then, of course, the Canvas hub that the CIPD EdTech team put together. All of these are things that are going to make it easier for us to communicate to teachers and also have them self-populate things as they go so that that burden isn't all on them. But I also would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to one team that significantly carried our learning continuity, and that's the Expanded Learning Team and Learns. Two of them are in the audience, so I know you. But in partnership with the city, they were able to open up what we termed childcare to make sure that parents knew that this was a safe place to drop off their child. But if you went into any of those spaces, you knew that they were doing learning activities with the students, somewhat disguised and very fun. So thank you for being there. But that enabled us to get back in person, which is the ideal setting for our students. We're not investing our mental capacity and cognitive load here on hybrid or online environments. We learned some lessons there. We're really engaging in utilizing technology and online resources in order to do in-person interactions. So with that, that's why it is very critical that we have Chromebooks and staff devices. We know that many were lost and damaged in the fire, so a significant effort. Thank you to Albert and his team for getting all of these through. We have more replacements that are coming through daily and getting those numbers from the schools. And additionally, I mentioned earlier the instructional materials. Dr. Nayo did go ahead and order 100% replacement for Altadena and Elliott, and then between 60 to 70% replacement for other schools based on students having things left in homes that are now gone. Procurement and business, again, another collaboration has helped to expedite all of these things so that we can get them, and actually many of them already here in kids' hands. So thank you very much. And how do we communicate all of this?
Good evening. Before I begin, I'm going to ask a couple of people to join me up here from the communications team. These include Lisa Wynn from the communications department, Shant Wisner, our legal tech, who stepped in and showed up even in the face of his own losses. Also Frank Kwan, where are you, Frank? Okay. And also not here with us tonight are Sung-Hoon Eom, our webmaster, who was up in the wee hours of last night making sure that our test results were posted. Bailey, our admin assistant, who has kept us all going. And behind the cameras here, Kaylern, Beth, David, Oscar, Nancy, whose images and videos have told the story of our district and what we've gone through and what we've accomplished. Frank Kwan has been a tremendous support. He's been here on the ground working almost for 2 weeks. LACO's communications department has provided their experts here on the ground at larger events to provide support. VMA Associates and others have provided collateral, print material, just tremendous support. And then this week we got the support of my friend and former colleague, Shannon Copa, who served as LAUSD's Chief Communications Officer. So together, we've been able to accomplish so much. But let me tell you this, we were able to accomplish this only because this superintendent's leadership team made it a priority to be responsive, to provide the information that we could communicate out. And so in our communication, we're guided by two principles. One is to be timely and responsive. And the second is that the idea that it matters how messages, from whether it's interpersonal or through mass notifications and mass media, that it matters not only how they are informed and created and distributed, but how they're understood and received. And so, with those principles in mind, I'm going to turn to some numbers on what we were able to do.
Oh my God.
So we have produced since January 7th 45 community and staff updates, each paired with a Spanish language version. We have grown, the views on these have grown by almost 1,000%, from 78,000 to 886,000. Our social media has grown by engagement, grown in engagement. We had more than 17,000 views on a single reel. We created a website, PUSD.us/fire relief, that's had more than 54,000 visits this month alone. And then through our strong relationships with our media partners, we informed our community through more than 275 media mentions, and so that it ensured that our information got out there to as many people as possible. We also were able to coordinate some visits by some state and local officials to make sure that, the resources came here and that supported our students. And again, this would not have been possible, this kind of communication would not have been possible without the leadership of people on this team standing up here with me, to provide the information that our community so clearly needed during this time. Thank you.
Our final partner that we wanted to bring some attention to is the Pasadena Educational Foundation, and also I wanted to make sure that we use this moment to get this information out to our affected staff and families. You heard in our earlier presentation that they began a response fund for us. They are coordinating volunteers, they are coordinating donations, a significant load, so that we can get resources to our families. But one thing that they also understood is that this is a long haul. This is not something where we are going to give relief in this moment in time. We have to make sure that we store up relief for intermittent times through the years. And so that's really what they're working through for this response fund. They are already dispensing relief to families and staff who have been affected. So I wanted to draw your attention to the second URL, pased.org /fireaidreg. I'm not even going to read it out loud. I just read it wrong. So don't listen to what I said. But, use the link on the, click on it. But I just want to make sure that staff and families know that they can register there and be sorted through for relief. And community partners are still being, recruited. So thank you so much for all of that help. Dr. Blanco, I will hand it back to you.
Thank you. And we lost our data people. One of them had to move away, and the other one was impacted by the fire. And so we know that they're doing the very best they can to provide data as quickly as possible. So appreciate, all of your work in pulling this data together, because these are the kind of questions that we get from the media and from families. And, the day is changing and fluid, and these are the systems we're designing to keep it up so we can keep everybody informed. One area that I forgot to mention is that we are ramping up our Center for Independent Study. So I know there were a few people who came this evening that said they felt it was too early to come back to school. And I assumed then they wanted us to do some more online learning. So if you'd like to join the Center for Independent Study, we'll staff it appropriately. Information will be shared on our website about independent study at your school if it's for under 14 days. Is that correct, Julie? That would just be work packets that you would get from your teachers that you know. If you want to enroll in the Center for Independent Study, it's like in COVID, we had some families leave and we saved their spots for them until the end of the year. We are willing to do that again. So, we'll work with you individually to be able to make whatever your needs are. I'm not going to discredit anybody who feels a certain way about an area, but we will have that service available for anybody that wants to enroll, whether it's a short time or long time. We're really here to meet your needs in educating all the children. So thank you.
So, does anybody have any questions? Then we'll go to public comment after we discuss. Any questions about the presentation? I have questions. So I have a question for Mr. Bravo Karimi. Environmental testing, is there anything missing from the environmental testing?
So, as I mentioned, we worked in consultation with public health officials at the county and city of Pasadena levels, as well as several state agencies, to determine whether we were taking the right course of action. And then, most importantly, we followed the recommendations of our environmental consultants, the industrial hygienists, to determine the level of testing and cleaning that was necessary. And so that's what we did. And that's why we posted the results, also so that folks could see those results for themselves.
Are there any testing on air, soil, and water?
So we are monitoring air quality, and we are, of course, also monitoring water quality at all of our locations. To the extent conditions change in a way, we have existing procedures for how to handle that. And with respect to soil, I mean, we did a lot of the recommended cleaning. We did the recommended cleaning that our professionals recommended.
Any other questions? Kim Kinney?
My first question, it may be a bit early for this, but when that information's available, it'd be great. The spaces that currently can't be used, and I guess I'm thinking that are not damaged, like Altadena Arts Magnet, I'm kind of wondering what the time frame is for them being put back in usage, and I don't know if this is the kind of thing that will come about by August, by the start of the next school year. And again, I don't know that you guys have been able to do a thorough examination yet of them. It looks like some other campuses are also potentially partially intact. But again, I mean, they're still in burn areas, but just kind of hoping that if not tonight, in the near future, we can kind of start thinking about next year, because it'll be here before we know it, is how long is this for us? Mr. Harden and I were talking a little bit today about my impression is that they're going to start taking care of remediation in the burn areas in certain places, kind of dependent on how quickly people get paperwork in, and it might behoove us to try and see if there's a way that locations near our schools can be done earlier rather than later, so that we can assure parents that there's not going to be a constant disruption and decrease in air quality going forward. So that's kind of a question for the future, coupled with a little bit of a comment. On the air testing, I think we had seen a little bit of information about, or recommendations that air quality sensors be placed where schools are. So I don't know if when we say we're looking at AQMD, if we're saying the general LA County number, but there has been some recommendations for having specific measurement sites, and I wondered if you could talk about that at all.
So I'm going to let Dr. Cannell answer your first question.
Okay.
And I know that the city is looking at purple air and putting some things around, and we've also looked at that. But go ahead and answer the first question about the insurance. And
My response was going to be very short that yes, it is premature at this time, but we'll be looking into that. Something that we will be looking into, and we're working with the insurance companies. But at this time, the focus has been completely on this portion of it. But it is something that we'll be working on shortly.
So we have a community message going out about the work that we're doing with the Army Corps of Engineers. Would you like to talk a little bit about the process and how they've explained to you that it won't be ash and soot flying all over?
Sure. So Army Corps of Engineers is going to be responsible for the removal of debris from burned structures. This is both for our campuses that have substantial fire damage, as well as private residences and businesses. They use a wet method. I'm not an expert in debris removal, but they use a wet method to reduce the amount of air pollutants released. And they also, the staff that's doing the work have sensors, and so it's done in a way to keep the surrounding community safe. And we are working with the Army Corps of Engineers also to see when and where certain debris will be removed so that we can be informed. But as you mentioned, Board Member Kenny, the timing of private residences having that debris removed is going to depend in large part, on those homeowners submitting a right of entry form. And so definitely recommend for all of those who tragically have lost their homes to submit those right of entry forms, to encourage all of their neighbors to do the same. The more in a certain area that submit those forms together, the likelier it is that that debris will be removed more quickly.
Any other questions?
Well, I'm sorry. So you said you've been talking with people about the air sensors. Is that something that there'll be an update on, or we see that happening in the next month, or?
Dr. Reynoso?
Thank you. We actually have met with a couple of vendors. There are infrastructure components to that, but they've sent over their information, and that's been happening ongoing as we've learned things from talking to Lahaina, Paradise Valley. They give us great insight. Ms. Apodaca is back, so she's actually going to be on a call with the county tomorrow, so we are going to be asking them for their recommendations as well. So we are trying to get the best advice on, is a sensor the best thing? Is one sensor great? Is a sensor in every classroom? We want to get, as we have done throughout, the best information possible, so we're not going in a position that would not allow us to have the best quality. Currently, we are providing daily advisement. The CDE also provides a resource for us, so it tells us exactly what's restricted, what's allowable, the populations of people, albeit not perfect. It is what we have right now, and everyone has noted that. It is not, something we're going to, question at this time, but we are going to be looking at things over time, because this is going to be a marathon. This isn't something we're just going to jump into. We want the best opportunity for air quality control.
And then I guess the last thing I want to say is that I do think it behooves us to be as transparent as possible. I think you've heard a lot of information tonight, and hopefully people are watching at home who have maybe gotten information this evening that hasn't been as available before about the efforts that have gone on and the impact to district PUSD schools that are similar to those being confronted by our charter schools to whom we lease space. I think we just need to be cognizant of how many different programs there are on how many of our sites, and it is easy to sit at home and say, but that site looks empty, or that site seems to have a lot of classrooms, but it certainly appears that our staff has done the very best job they could in arranging things for everybody and weighing all of the options for each individual school site. So I hope that there will be some recognition of that this evening. Thanks.
Anybody here? Scott Harden? I don't know who was first, so Scott Harden.
Okay, real quick. Again, marathon, wow, day 21. Specific question about if you could double click sort of on the 5,000 replacement Chromebooks. Just are we accelerating the device refresh that we had planned? I just was getting a sense of that 5,000 number.
Yeah. So we actually, it's true, we did plan for a refresh for next year.
Right.
So obviously this will impact it. However, these devices are being purchased specifically because of the emergency. Obviously, the device selection may impact the refresh for next year, but these are devices to replace what has been lost.
Okay.
Tina Fredericks?
Okay, I have a few questions. I think Dr. Reynoso already answered some of it. So we've been talking to Paradise and Lahaina and, learning from their lessons, right? And then talking about the testing. They must have best practices coming out of that we can borrow, So I don't know if you've spoken to the best practice yet.
So that's a lot of the problem that we have. There's not a lot of guidance that anybody wants to put in writing about these things. We know what people have done. All of the precautions that we have taken are not required. We wanted our staff and students to feel safe returning to school. Testing is not a requirement from any government agency. If we purchase air monitors and use Purple Air, that is not a requirement. That's something that we're looking into because we're hearing you. We want you to feel safe coming to schools, but most of all, we're responsible for all of your safety. And we want to make sure that everybody feels okay about where they're at without the regulations to help us. So we have learned from them. We also talked to the superintendent that managed the hurricane in Houston. We have job-alike people are working with other job-alike people, and we're trying to bring the very best. When you say best practices, there isn't standards around this. There is not a standard about when it's safe to be, how close it's safe to be to a fire zone. The best answer I got is if something isn't red tagged, you can enter it. That's why they're letting people go back to their homes. Our schools that obviously burned down or partially standing are red tagged. So, that's the extent of the information and guidance that we received.
Okay, I have 4 more questions. Pasadena Public Health and LA County Department of Public Health, are they, we have it's 2 cities in California that actually have a health department. So what is their unique support for us, and as well as LA County Department of Public Health?
Yeah, we met with them about 5 days after our disaster, meeting our Pasadena Public Health. Their assistant directors, I reached out to Manuel within just a couple of days. They have been spot on, responsive, between texts, emails, sending things to follow as upon returning, so that we would kind of start to build what the status quo was going to be in that cadence of information. We also have been in contact with the county. Actually, everything that Pasadena Public Health had stated in any of our onset of meetings or since then, we were already doing, and they were so pleased. And again, they are only giving suggestions, no requirements, and they are not mandating anything. So that has been our guidance, but it has been every couple of days, if not every day, depending on what the question is. So again, that we're being guided through that, but both at the county level, and we have a webinar, not a webinar, like a I don't know what you call it, telecommunication something tomorrow. I'm not thinking right now. Tomorrow that we're participating with LA County to just see if there's any updates, since both our district and Palisades have been impacted locally. So.
And then is there any concern for funding of PPEs and any sort of cleanup testing costs for the future ongoing?
Any concern with funding for those
Yeah,
items?
there won't be funding. We have relief coming from, FEMA, and, extra resources, but will that run out and we'll have to rely on our own budget, basically?
I mean, we'll provide what's necessary, regardless of a dedicated source of funding to keep folks safe.
Last question is the process of identifying sites and for different schools, and the most popular site being Wilson. Can you elaborate on how that was determined for who goes there and all that?
So, as I mentioned earlier, several schools were displaced by the fire. We had to fit many pieces into this puzzle, and the schools, whether our schools or our partners in the charter community, the school leaders were not offered options. We had to figure out what we thought was best overall under very difficult circumstances. We did have both of our schools that were being relocated ask if they could be relocated to Wilson. We said no. There's not space there. We have multiple programs there that serve very high need populations, that serve adult populations. One of the existing programs had previously requested additional classroom space at Wilson. We've said no to that because there's not additional space there, regardless of the way it seems when you're on campus. So I understand, you know, folks wanting what's best for their schools and their students, and that's what we want as well. But the availability of that campus, it wasn't possible. And like I said, we unfortunately had to also decline our own school's desires to locate there.
Anybody else? We're ready to go to public comment now. 1 minute each, please. Thank you very much.
Sabrina Sosa, Kara Meyer, Jennifer Burnbrier Lau, followed by Elise Rivas Gomez.
Good evening. I was going to talk about something else about charter schools and being one family, but I'm going to take you at your word that you see us as part of the family, so no need to convince there. I just have a sincere question. If you've given up on working with Avison leadership to find a mutually agreeable solution, and if not, here's what I genuinely believe would help. We need a meeting or better communication. That doesn't seem like a big ask, but yeah, we've yet to have like a full sit-down meeting. We would like to resolve the difference between, that was a great segue, between what seems available at Wilson and what we literally see, even taking into account the existing programs, because our understanding is they're very small programs. They're important, but small, and that's a really big campus. And so we're definitely not asking, nor would to displace anyone, but we want to understand. So I know my time ran out, but I just want to say a walkthrough, I think, would be so amazing to have our leadership and someone representative of PUSD walk through and say why this classroom that's filled with furniture couldn't be used, why, you know, all these many, and then once that's resolved, we can kind of move on.
Thank you. Kara Meyer, followed by Jennifer Burnbrier.
I'm going to ask us to stick to the 1 minute. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I'm Kara Meyer. I'm a parent of a fifth grader at Avison School of Leaders. I just want to echo what the last speaker said and then add on to that. You mentioned earlier that there's a history of contentious relationships with charters. That's why you're not trusted. The burden is on you to build that trust through better cooperation and more transparency. It's more work than you want to do, but that's how you make amends. Thank you.
Jennifer Burnbrier, Elise Rivas Gomez, Juan Carlos Perez.
Just to add, when my son's industrial hygienist, his doctor tells me that he has a cough and I should just give him cough syrup, and my gut, I feel like that's not enough, I go back to him and I challenge him. Regardless of what insurance says, I go back and I challenge him and I get the results that I need. So the lead testing on the soil, air, it can happen. Jackson parent, first year, my son's in kindergarten, my husband is a teacher in PUSD. Jackson was among, in the disenrollment numbers, Jackson was among the top 5 or 6. A parent released a survey, and in that survey asked, who's coming back and what are your concerns? 57% of those parents said, we're unsure, we're not sure if we're coming back. If we are, we have reservations. I want to just highlight that with respect to, this is going to impact our enrollment numbers. You saw that already. The people that are there, they're wavering. Every single person that said, I have reservations, it was all on health. So if you address those, you can curb this disaster that's going to happen after the disaster, and we lose these families.
Elise Rivas, Juan Carlos Perez, Beth Davis Perez.
Hi, I'm Elsie Rivas Gomez. I'm the parent of 2 Avison students, an Avison board member, and a homeowner in District 2. Our school burned to the ground in the Eaton fire. Just like you, our students, faculty, and school leaders lost their homes and are displaced. We are all in shock and grief right along with you. PUSD keeps saying that the reason our elementary school cannot relocate to Wilson is that there are important PUSD programs there. That is very true. What is not true is that there is enough space for us all. Programs like Rose City, PAL, CIS, and others are important, but their students are rarely on campus, and even if they were all there on a given day, there would still be more than enough room for us all. It's a 15-acre campus with an approximate capacity of 1,900 students. If any of you were to walk that campus on any given day, you would see empty bungalows. You would see classrooms with furniture in them. There is so much unutilized space when we desperately need space. I know you're on the board because you care about our students. I implore you to choose to do what is right at this moment, not what is politically expedient.
Juan Carlos, Beth, and then Joshua Thompson.
Hi, my name is Juan Carlos Perez, and I'm speaking to you right now as the father of a family that lost everything in the fire. And I'm also speaking to you as the father of a trans child. And I bring that up because I want to put this in a bigger perspective. A lot of our suffering is local, but a lot of the suffering that's coming toward us and coming at us is not of our doing and not of our control. And that is, we live in a world right now where education is under attack. We live in a world right now where our children are vulnerable. And we live in a world right now where these children within our communities are truly, truly suffering. Right now is a time for unity. Right now is a time for you to take the kind of attitude that you had toward Elliott earlier, that love that you showed for Elliott, and understand that we, as parents of Avison, share that same love for our community and our school. I implore each and every one of you to set aside any differences that we've had in the past and understand that right now is an opportunity to rebuild and rebuild with unity. Thank you.
Beth, Joshua Thompson, Lilia Romero.
Hi, I'm Beth Davis Perez. That was my husband. I'm here as a member of the Avison community and the larger community. Many of us lost our homes. Every single Avison child lost their school. Everyone. We are here to ask for real communication, deep communication, not fiats about placements veiled as offers, not admonitions that it happened to us, but we're still here too doing our jobs. It's your duty to be here to do this for these children. It is our duty as a community to keep them together. Elliott wants to heal together, so does Avison. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Joshua Thompson, Lilia Romero, Dr. Nadira Nayo. Yeah, if you heard your name, stand up.
Buenas noches. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Lilia Romero. I want to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to each of you, to Superintendent Elizabeth Blanco, and to the entire Pasadena leadership team. Your response to the Eaton fire and your tireless efforts to reopen our schools have been nothing short of heroic. As someone who grew up in Pasadena, attended our schools, including our great city college, and has now taught in PUSD for 31 years, I have never seen anything like this. I never imagined that the city where I grew and built my life, shared memories, and forged lifelong connections would face such devastation. My heart aches for our PUSD family for the deep wound this fire has left in our community. But in the face of this tragedy, you rose to the challenge. And even as some of you suffered personal loss, you acted swiftly, ensuring students had access to online learning. Prioritize safety and mobilize resources. On behalf of my fellow educators and students, district-wide, and the resident teachers that I support through our partnership with the incredible Alder Graduate School of Education, I want to say thank you. Gracias for rolling up your sleeves, lacing up those sneakers, and walking thousands of steps across our DINA communities, ensuring that our district mission isn't just words, but it's action. Thank you.
Good evening. As I stand here to publicly express my deep appreciation and recognition for the extraordinary efforts of the superintendent, her leadership team, M&O, and the Teamsters, and a whole host of other teams who I cannot name right now because I only have a few minutes, 1 minute. I'd like you all to remember these three numbers, 23, 11, and 6. As of today, it has been 23 days since the start of the Eaton fire. 11 days since evacuation orders were lifted for those of us who could return to our homes, and 6 days since the do not drink water notice was lifted completely for the area. So as we continue on our journey to heal and rebuild our community, it will not be business as usual. Unusual times call for unusual solutions. And we all will have to make adjustments, sacrifices, and compromises because that's what a true community does. I'd like to thank you all and look forward to rebuilding.
Lawton Gray, Ashley Williams, Maria Sanchez, Pablo Miralles. And if you can line up, if you heard your name so that we can move, that would be great. Ashley Williams, Maria Sanchez, Pablo Miralles.
Got a minute, here we go. President Hawley, thank you so much. Board members, appreciate you guys. Dr. Blanco, you're doing an amazing job. I'm a high school principal. My name is Dr. Lawton Gray, principal at John Muir High School. I'll only look over one school. You look over the district. It's a hard freaking job. I said I won't curse, but I appreciate what you're doing. To Dr. Hill, you answer my calls. Dr. Malone, I know you're watching. Thank you for picking up my calls and not cursing me out. To Manuel Carrasco, thank you so much. And also to Mike Dunning. They have worked extremely hard to get us where we are today, to be able to take students in. Today was the best day I've had in 3 weeks because I saw students on my campus. And they were happy to see each other. Teachers were happy to see the students. And we had an amazing day. It's a difficult time. It's a crazy time, but I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, Dr. Blanco. 2 seconds. Peace out.
Ashley Williams, Maria Sanchez, Pablo Miralles, Han Lee.
Hi, my name is Maria Sanchez, and I am, I guess, one of the people that lost their house in Pasadena, but I am happy to be back. And I know it's really hard, and I know that we really have to work as a community. I have nephews and nieces in charter and public, and I know it's hard for everybody. So I'm happy to see all my kids back at school. You guys did an amazing job bringing us back. It is home away from home. And that's what my kids tell me. Ms. Sanchez, you're home. You don't worry about your house. We'll take care of it. And they're elementary students, but yet they figured out they're going to rebuild my house. And I'm like, okay. So I want to really thank you guys for taking the time to bring our kids back. They really need to be back at school. They really need to feel safe. I know it's hard. I know it's hard for my nieces and nephews that are not in their classrooms right now, that are in charter schools. And yes, I understand it's hard. And we have to work as a community to be together. But don't lose patience. I understand you guys. We are in this together, and we will figure it out together.
Han Lee, Shiva Sarwar, Wendy Sanchez, Emerson Perez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hannah Lee, and I oversee our teacher induction program in Pasadena Unified. Tonight, I want to commend our district's leadership for their unwavering commitment in the wake of the Eaton fires. Through grief and uncertainty, PUSD prioritized healing, connection, and hope. Superintendent Blanco and her leadership team worked tirelessly with community and labor partners to provide clear communication, immediate support, and critical resources. These include meals, childcare, mental health services, and housing assistance. They ensured staff had space to heal, planned a full-day gathering to reconnect, and made reopening a top priority. Schools were cleaned, counselors were brought in, and learning continued, even for some of our displaced students. While the journey to healing continues, one thing is clear. PUSD is more than a school district. We are a community that rises together, and I have never been more proud to be PUSD proud. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Holly, Dr. Blanco, and the board, and SLT. My name is Seba Sarwar, and most of you know me as the facilitator of the Student Think Tank and the Assembly. I am also a former Blair parent and a community member. And I just want to thank the PUSD leadership led by Dr. Blanco. Thank you. You have done an amazing job. You've marshaled resources and expertise as well as you could have in these really difficult times. Yes, 23 days. Through all of this time, as Leslie mentioned, I don't normally speak for the students, but I will say today that it has been amazing working with the students. We've been working virtually. I just said, let's meet, and they all show up virtually. I think, 10 students are going to come. 30 students. We had this meeting at Blair that we had on Monday. I was just, luckily, thanks to PEF, we had pizza, we had food, but the students want to meet. They want to meet in person. That is what they wanted, and you gave it to them. So thank you.
Wendy Sanchez, Emerson Perez, Samantha Katzberg, Michelle Hastings.
Hello, my name is Emerson Perez, and I am a 6th grader at AJLA, and I attended ASL from kindergarten through 5th grade. I'd first like to start by saying how sad I am to know that the school that I called my second home is now gone. The school where I spent 6 years of my life learning, the school where I made so many wonderful memories at, the school where I felt safe, loved, and happy. I have so many wonderful memories at ASL, but tonight I'll only be sharing a few. One of these memories at ASL is when we took our rite of passage trip to Catalina Island, where I learned how to rock climb, kayak, but I also learned how important teamwork is. The last memory I'll be sharing tonight is when we painted our 5th grade mural. I remember my class sitting in the art room, brainstorming what we want to put on our mural. We ended up deciding on hot air balloons. This mural is one of the last things that remains on the ASL campus. I am very glad that this mural is still there, because it's a little reminder that even though times are tough, we can still find joy in the smallest of things. Thank you.
Good evening. I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude, returning to Jefferson 1 week after schools closed and seeing students walk through the doors with smiles and eager to reconnect with their friends. Their joy echoed loudly in the hallways of the Jefferson Library. Schools have always been a place of stability, and seeing students and staff together was truly a healing experience. Our staff, some of whom were affected by the fires, also needed a space to heal. Being at Jefferson was an honor for me. This morning at Jackson Elementary, I could feel the buzz of cautious excitement. We didn't know exactly what to expect, but we knew that we needed to be there for the kids, for the families, and for ourselves. I was born and raised in Pasadena. This is my home. I feel a deep sense of duty to my community. With every fiber of my being, I want to give everything I have to support its healing. I know the road is long, but the time I spent at Jefferson and today at Jackson gives me hope. I spent the entire day with my Learns families, honored to hold space for them. What we do is so important, and I am so grateful for all of you and everyone at PUSD who has worked tirelessly to bring us back together. I want to share a message of positivity. Let's acknowledge the resilience of our students and families and the dedication of our administrators. Pasadena is not just recovering, we are growing stronger together. As we move forward, I urge our community to continue lifting each other up and celebrating the victories, large and small, that mark our path to full recovery. Thank you.
Samantha Katzberg, Michelle Hastings, Corey O'Daniel, Jose Montiel.
Hi, good evening. I'm Michelle Hastings. I am an Avison parent of a 7th grader. And I think the words of support that we've heard tonight for the majority of the PUSD students who are back in their schools, back at their homes, is a testament to all the work that you've been doing. But I need to just give a reminder that the job is not done yet. The job won't be done until every one of our students, whether a traditional PUSD student or a PUSD charter student, is back in a safe classroom that's a reasonable size with a seat for everybody. I would encourage you all to please reach out to our Avison team. Those people are aboard. They know what our kids need and what makes our home special for our kids. Have a conversation with them. It doesn't feel like too much to ask at this critical juncture. Please have a conversation with them. Hear what they have to say and see how you can help meet the needs. I know there's lots of need for space. I spent a lot of time at Wilson. I find it next to impossible to believe that there's not actually space there. I've been in charge of setting up that campus. Please have a conversation with us, and let's take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Katzberg, Corey O'Daniel, Jose Montiel, David Kalbitzer. My specialty is Spanish.
I'm Corey O'Daniel, the father of a 5-year-old Jackson Dolphin. He loves Jackson. He runs up the stairs every morning without so much as a goodbye, Dad. If your school is co-locating to Jackson, you would be lucky. Your kids will love Jackson, but it's not safe and we're likely disenrolling. The decision to reopen schools and declare them safe without conducting tests for lead, asbestos, and benzene are critical contaminants that pose serious health risks, especially for children, is dangerous. While testing soot, char, and ash and conducting cleaning protocols, that's great. These efforts are not enough to address the dangers of lead and asbestos contamination. HEPA vacuuming, wet wiping, air filtration, those are great for surface cleaning, but they're not designed to remediate lead and asbestos. Lead can seep into cracks. Asbestos gets disturbed and gets into the air when you try to clean it. Without targeted lead and asbestos tests, there's no way to ensure these dangerous residues aren't still present, especially in areas like carpets and ventilation systems. Jackson opened today with no heat. Do you know why? They were afraid of stirring up the dust. That doesn't sound very safe to me. I urge the board to take immediate action and expand testing to include lead, asbestos, benzene, and ensure proper remediations of these contaminants if they're detected. Our students deserve better than assumptions. They deserve the proof that their classrooms are safe.
Thank you. Samantha Katzberg, Jose Montiel, David Kalbitzer, Mike O'Connor, Monica Caralis. Okay, Samantha Katzberg. Okay, go ahead. What's your name? David, great.
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for sharing all the information around what the work is that you're doing that's happening. My name is David Kalbitzer. I am a father of a 7th grade student at Odyssey Charter School, and I'm here to actually talk about the importance of safety and the importance of community. As you've already heard tonight, there are many concerned parents and children here representing our school today. And Odyssey is a phenomenal school and community. But as you're also aware, Odyssey Charter South burned down completely, and Odyssey Charter North is uninhabitable due to the environmental conditions. Our entire school community has suffered tremendous loss and hardship, and when I learned PUSD was suggesting and endorsing that the schools be combined on the Audubon North campus, this was completely unsettling. Our school is in a burn zone. We know it's not safe, and we know the rebuilding efforts in that area are only going to continue to make the environmental conditions unsafe for the near future. Our children have been out of school for the longest time in Pasadena, and the school is not back yet and still search for the safe spaces the students. I am also a Pasadena resident, and I feel that you, as the Pasadena Unified School District Board, have an obligation that you spoke up about tonight to all students in Pasadena and to the schools that they are in, to provide a safe space.
So we're going to need to move on.
To be cognizant of the fact that the work needs to be done in the burn zone and to be able to provide alternative space in safer zones. Thank you so much. I urge you as a parent and a member of the community that now more than ever we need your partnership, we need your commitment to transparency, and we need your ability to find a safe solution that meets the needs of our school, as we owe that to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Annika Dugal and Jen Wan.
I'm going to ask everybody to really stick to the 1 minute. it's fair for everybody. So that's what we're asking everybody to do. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annika Dougal. I'm a 5th grade student at Avison School of Leaders. And Avison really meant a lot to me because of the teachers and my friends and the beautiful campus. And so I'm really just asking that each and every one of you please try your best to let Avison rebuild, because if you believe in Avison's potential and their community, then I think that Altadena can be so much better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jen Wong. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm an Avison parent and the president of our PTA. It's incredible how our community has come together. I've rarely seen us so united. During COVID, we tried to come up with a t-shirt design and we ended up with 20 and we had to sell them all in our store. So it's an extraordinary thing to see us all coming together. I think I echo what a lot of others have said about please just walk us through why it is that we can see a campus that feels empty. And I know that some of you have alluded to that you understand that it looks that way. Help us understand why it doesn't work, if it doesn't work. Is it an option to put portables on the giant grassy fields? What are the possibilities there? We would love to understand. I also wanted to flag for you, I saw your data about families who have lost their homes and are displaced in the community in PUSD. Our school had staff call all of our families, and of our 420 students, and there are fewer families than that, 70 of ours, over 70, have lost their homes. And so I want to just flag to please keep collecting that data, because I think the impact is more profound than the preliminary data shows. Thanks.
Last call for Pablo Miralles, Mike O'Connor, Monica Carlis.
Mike O'Connor, someone before me? My son is in TK at Odyssey, which is part of PUSD. Thank you all. I'm glad I got to hear this last portion about testing. But there are still so many questions and possibilities ongoing. So I ask, why the rush when safety isn't certain? Speakers have been appealing to your hearts and your logic for what's fair and right. I'm going to add a warning. You will be shocked to know how many lower grade families, TK, kinder, first grade, are terrified by the rush, and they are leaving your district. You're not losing charter students. You're losing district students. We also know parents from Altadena Arts, Longfellow, now Jackson. They're gone. They're being welcomed to Glendale, LAUSD, and they matriculate into middle school and high school, and they're loving it. I don't love leaving Odyssey. I don't love leaving the PUSD, but that's what's happening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Last call, Jose Montiel,
You risk
Samantha.
health, number 1. You risk head count, number 2. Thank you.
Samantha Katzberg, Ashley Williams. No tengo una para Mónica. Joshua Thompson. Yeah. Oh, did I? Okay. All right. I'll look.
Okay. Hi again, and now I'm going to say what I came to say. Well, I came to talk about what does it mean to have a safe space. A safe space means familiarity, a safe space of peace, a safe space that it's known, a safe space that offers security and so much more. Sometimes it's physical, sometimes it's just a thought, sometimes it's spiritual, sometimes it's emotional. Imagine if we adults are in a constant look for a safe space, how does it feel for our children right now? A safe space promotes healing, a safe space promotes growth, a safe space equals opportunity. A safe space means everything right now for all of us. In our community, we have so much lost of this safe space that right now what we want to ask you is to take this as an opportunity to be part, to help us return that safety that right now we are not feeling. And this is an opportunity for you to be part of it. And we will really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Do we want to take a few minutes and extend the meeting? We're done. And then the superintendent would like to say something. Do I have a consent? Do we want to?
Right, so I wanted to do a reconsideration motion. Sorry, I had the paper before, but I've lost it. A motion to reconsider our earlier vote to do the time extension. So this is something that still needs a majority vote, and someone who voted in the majority last time has to say it. So I am motioning that we extend until 12:30. I think that should be sufficient time.
We can.
I don't know if there's a second.
Second.
Student board member, what do you think?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, we just raise our hands. Okay, we'll extend to 12:30. Now the superintendent would like to say something.
So thank you for everyone being here this evening and, sharing your passion with us. Part of my job that's very difficult is managing people's expectations, being transparent and honest. And I urge the Avison leadership and all of you to come to school at the spaces we offered. We are not changing the offer. We expanded the offer yesterday evening to give you an option that we did not want to give you. We wanted to keep you together. We offered to bring additional portables. What we were asking you was to make the space work for 4 weeks, because that's how quickly we could get the portables there. We offered now Washington. Our leadership talks to the charter leaders 2 and 3 times a day. It is up to them now to accept the offers and get you back in school. In terms of Odyssey requested that to be their facility use agreement offer to bring you both together to that campus. When they understood that you might have concerns as a community, they said, we want to keep our lease with you, and we're going to look for some other space for our families temporarily. There is not going to be more negotiations with Avison, and I'm being honest with you, because we are not going to go walking around Wilson and prove to you that there's no space. This is the offer until the end of the year. This FUA goes to the end of the year. We have asked for an extension from your leaders on your February 1st offer. Most of them have agreed, right? And we will continue to work to try to find the best spaces for everyone. I also want to address soil testing. So the soil has many contaminants prior to the fire. The reason that we're not testing soil is there's things that could have been there from years and years ago that are going to show up now, right? We know that soil, the best way to take care of it based on the environmental engineers, is to wet it down and push any elements that are harmful into the ground. We're following that practice. We're not going to change that practice. Again, I said we have alternatives. You can enroll in different PUSD schools. You can enroll in, and I'm talking to the parents that are PUSD are currently enrolled if they don't feel safe going back to their own school. We're trying to accommodate all the people that have put in transfers today, because we want you to feel comfortable coming to school. So, we at this time, those are the offers we have for our charters. You need to work with your charter leadership, and you need to get back to school, because that's what's best for your children. And the longer you want to negotiate something that's not going to be negotiated, the longer your children are going to be out of school. So in terms of the offers, we're ready to receive you. You heard staff say here tonight, they don't want to co-locate with people, but if you're coming, they're going to welcome you. It's not easy right now. And I want to be very clear that this isn't going to change for right now. That is the offer till the end of the year.
Thank you very much. We are going to move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any polls?
There is public comment on Consent agenda.
Which item is it?
Item M, consent agenda, 3 facilities.
3 facilities.
Yeah. John Gasparian.
Should we just take that now?
He left.
Oh, okay, let's move on. Polls.
I would like to pull N2E, which is Board Report 74-B. N2 Mary, which is BR 82B. N3I, which is BR 1082-F. And N4E, BR 31P.
What's the last one?
Sorry, N4E, Board Report 31P.
Yeah, repeat those.
2E, 2M, 3I, 4E.
Great.
And then we did have 3 pulled by staff, I believe, prior to the meeting.
Yes. Does somebody want to do a sweep on these?
I will move approval of the remainder.
Second.
I do have some questions, and then if your public comments on ones that were not pulled.
The public comment has left.
Oh, all of the ones that you have,
So-
okay.
Public comment has left, so we're going to make a sweep on
Yeah,
what
and I
is
just-
non-polled.
Right, and then I just have a couple questions on the two items. So on the January 16th meetings, I just wanted to clarify that I know that we were going to table an item, and then I think we called a postponement, and I hope we can review the Rosenberg rules, because it does clearly talk about tabling, and it has the options, motion to table. And so since these are the ones that we've agreed to follow in our policy, I think we probably want to use that terminology. So it has motion to table, which we can do for a specific time or no specific time. So I just wanted to make that clarification from that last meeting. I'm sorry, I think that was the one, that was the minutes from January 16th. So that was
Oh.
the meeting where I was at home and I didn't have my Rosenberg rules, so I really couldn't weigh in very easily. And then my other comment, so I see that we are ratifying the emergency contracts that have occurred since since our last meeting. I didn't see the contracts yet for the cleaning or testing. Is that because we haven't entered into contracts even though the work's been done, or? So this is Board Report 81D-B. So I know we had purchase orders for some kind of.
I don't know, I'll have to follow up.
Okay, I think there was air filters and computers, laptops, but I just didn't see the others. Okay, so those would be coming to us the next time we meet?
Yeah, I'll follow up.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, now we have, are we doing the sweep approval right now, and then we're going to discuss? Okay, so let's do the approval. Student board member, do you approve of the sweep?
Yes.
Everybody else? Any in opposition? Any abstentions? 7-0, approved. All right. 2E.
All right, on 2E, I would propose an amendment just to go under staff analysis that says this list, and this is the piggyback contracts, is being amended to add McCalla Company and expand the Arvin USD, I think is what it is, Arvin. Just so that it's clear somewhere on the board report. We've already approved this entire list back in June, it didn't say that we were only amending it to add one new item and change the scope of a second person. So with that amendment, let me know if you need to repeat it, I would move approval. So at the bottom of section 2, this list is being amended to add McCalla Company and expand Arvin USD.
Approval of amendment.
So it is mentioned there in the topic.
Second.
You want the title changed?
No, I'm adding a line under staff analysis.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Oh, yeah.
It's- Okay, all in favor? Student board member?
Yes.
All in favor? All? Yeah.
Did you want to?
I'm sorry, I thought I said I'd make a motion.
All in opposition?
Okay.
All in opposition? Yeah. So, in favor, 7-0. All right. M?
All right. N2, Mary, which is the emergency resolution continuation. I apologize that I did not notice this the first time. The last whereas right now says, because the remediation work has been fully performed and because the conditions warrant, there's no longer a need for continuing the emergency action, which can therefore be terminated, which is not what we want to do. So I'm proposing that it says, whereas, when the emergency remediation work has been fully performed and when the conditions so warrant, there will no longer be a need to continue the emergency action, which can therefore be terminated. My understanding is that this whereas is here in case this can be terminated before we next vote on it at our regular meeting. I just don't know how we keep it when it's in contradiction of what we want to do.
I need some clarification on that.
Yeah. Council was made aware of this suggestion and said that it's fine as is, but I don't think the proposed amendment harms
Why
the
did the
resolution.
council say it was fine as it is?
At the time it was prepared, the amount of time the district would need to enter a contract without bidding to address the fire emergency was not clear. It is standard emergency resolutions to include recitals to terminate the emergency if by the time the resolution is considered by the board, the emergency and need for flexibility with contracting without bidding has concluded. Here, the emergency is not concluded and further contracts are required for mediation work, et cetera, which is why the action to continue the emergency is being brought for approval at the next regularly scheduled board meeting tonight. But I think the clarification that Board Member Kinney is asking for, I don't think makes any, doesn't, I'm fine with it.
You think council is fine with it?
Yes.
Okay. It's fine. All, motion?
So I'm moving that we make that change.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, student board member. I gotta,
Yes.
all in favor?
We're voting in favor of the change.
Yes. Sure. All in favor? All opposed? 0. No abstentions. 7-0 approves. Next one.
The Southland Waste Award, I'm not sure that I noticed that in the explanation on the board report, it quoted, I think it was Public Resource Code for why we didn't have to bid it. When I asked the question, why didn't we have to bid it, I was given a different reason. In the past, we've always bid out our waste management. So I'm finding that I'm a little unclear about whether a service that we've always bid before didn't need an RFP process and a bid this process. So I'm just not comfortable voting for this tonight.
Okay, so in the questions that was sent to all the board members, it was explained that we didn't need to do that.
Right, but it said it was a special service, and it's not financial, economic, accounting, legal, or administrative. So, and again, a different reason was given in the board report itself. So I don't know why there were two different reasons given.
Let's have the superintendent explain.
Mr. Bravo Karimi, is this falling under the emergency waste or is this regular waste removal?
This is not related to the emergency.
Okay, I just need a clarification on it.
This is the one that we received a a letter about, I'm sorry, I was gonna pull it before they sent that.
So I have a question, Board Member Kinney. Rather than saying that you're not going to support it, do you have a recommendation to staff?
Since the contract starts Monday or tomorrow or 2 days from today, I don't know what else can be done at this point. I did call LACO because I wanted to confirm that the public resource code that's called out in the board report, or actually in the letter that we sent to Southland, applies in this case. But I didn't hear back from them by the time of the meeting. So I am uncomfortable. So I just pulled it so that I could vote separately.
So then would it be safe to ask staff for the subsequent years, in the subsequent years, we do go through the proper bidding process for the waste management? So that we're not here again when it comes time for the next renewal? I don't know who, am I talking to you or Mr. Bravo Karimi, who?
I mean, we did confirm with council on this, but for what it's worth. That we confirmed with council that this was proper and allowed.
Ms. McKenzie? Oh, sorry.
So is this a policy, or is this just something, Board Member Kinney, that you're accustomed to us doing? Because if it's okay for us not to do it.
Well, there wasn't really enough time today. Again, I got one answer, and then when I looked at the ed code, I was like, well, that doesn't seem correct. But then when we got the letter from the vendor, they said, oh, we were told it's this other reason, and when I went and looked at the board report, that was the reason that was quoted there. I just am not quite clear that the ed code that we're citing, saying that we don't have to bid it, does say unless other laws apply or something, and again, when the COC went through their unhappiness about when we were bidding and when we weren't bidding, et cetera, we went through a fairly lengthy process. I think you remember our council going through, this is when bidding is required and this is when it's not, and here are all the special cases. And I don't remember the one that we're using here being there. So, again, I'm not comfortable. It doesn't mean that
Well, I think
there
this
should be another motion.
One of the things that I'm trying to establish, I mean, we're going through right now, a lot of changes are happening, up here with leadership, with the board, both culture related and process related, policy related. And I think this is one of those things that we need to be clear on so that we're not here having the same conversation again about another issue that's similar or the same. And so, I mean, I know that people question our processes all the time. If we're saying that we're conferring with legal and legal is saying, okay, if it's within the norm, if it's not violating any ed code or any policy, then we need to acknowledge that and keep moving. But if this is something that the board would prefer that we have come to us, and it's outside of impacting or doing anything where we're in violation of any kind of code or policy, we need to have that discussion as to whether or not we want to continue to move that way. So I hear what you're saying, I'm acknowledging what you're saying, but I don't want you to have to be here again. I don't want us to have to be here again.
Can I provide some additional information? So I think the training document that was prepared by council that explained kind of when bidding's required, was not required. That very document talks about waste services where there's no bidding requirement. So there is no bidding requirement per the legal counsel, and it's included in that training document that I think we're referring to. In any case, we did get 5 bids. So we reached out to over 5 companies and requested quotes and pricing. And so, we'll do more research if what's cited here, which is what was cited by our council, this exact section. But if it's mistaken, we'll certainly keep that in mind. We can follow up. But we got 5 quotes. Council's confirmed. We don't need to bid this, but we did the due diligence in any case.
And I think for this discussion, I think it was okay for you to say that from the beginning, that you did get the 5 bids, because it appeared that there was no bidding process at all. And so since that's not the case, that helps.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been helpful either in the board report.
Fair enough.
Or in my question, in an answer to my direct question.
I'm receiving
about
information
was
now.
that-
Staff is watching the board meeting. Even though it's quite late, multiple staff are watching to assist.
I'm calling for the vote.
I have something to say, and Tina does too. We have to be, it's midnight.
Yeah, I'm reading this letter now, and it says they're gonna do a PRA, basically. Yeah, is that something to be concerned about? No. All right.
No, we had to hire a legal technician to manage all of our PRAs. We get a lot of them. It's called a public records request for any audience who doesn't know what PRA is.
All right, so I just wanted to point out that, as confirmed with legal counsel, there was no need for a formal RFP process. Correct, Mr. Bravo Karimi? For this contract, because waste disposal services are considered specialized services, which does not require an RFP. That seems very clear to me, and I usually listen to legal counsel, because if you don't, there's really no sense in having one. Thank you.
But that's not the reason. The reason is what's quoted on the letter to Southland, which is the Public Resource Code. So it's not because it's a special services.
I call
It's
for
for a
the vote.
different reason.
All right, we're letting it go. All right, next one. We're good. Oh, Patrice, I'm so sorry.
I got, question was answered, so no need. But move to approve?
Second.
All right, call for the vote. Student board member.
Yes.
All in approve? Anybody opposed? 1. So, any abstentions?
Actually,
0.
American Reclamation
You got
is
that?
our vendor
All
in
right.
Altadena
6 to
for
1.
all of us.
And then we have our last one.
All right, confidential salary schedule. I think people will remember that I continue to be concerned that what a confidential employee is from Government Code 3540.1 means any employee who is required to develop or present management positions with respect to employer-employee relations. And again, we are approving a document that has personnel that do not meet this government code board policy definition of confidential personnel. They should be in the classified CSEA union, where they would have representatives in negotiations, which they don't have now. Well, the
Which
legal tech-
position are you saying should be?
Well, the legal
CSEA?
technician is the one that we are modifying tonight, but everyone who does not handle bargaining for CSEA should not be on this form. But I've said this
The
multiple
executive
times.
secretaries have never been in CSEA. No, and. Yeah.
All right. All right, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Student board member.
Yes.
All in approval? All opposed? 1. Any abstentions? 6 to 1. It carries. Thank you. All right, I think we are at public comment. Nothing?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Board request? Call for the vote?
Could
Could
to
any,
go
excuse me,
home.
hold on. Excuse me, what?
be having a special board meeting
Yeah,
on the 13th?
could we hear about any future meeting dates that we might not know about already?
We're not having a special board meeting. No, we're just going to the.
I do have a
20th.
question about the,
No, we don't have one. We don't, there's not one being discussed right now.
but I do have a question about a
Yes.
meeting. So the Ledge Committee, is it truly indeed in conflict with the roadmap?
Yes, and now they're moving it to the 21st.
Which one, Ledge or roadmap?
Ledge. We've moved on. The 14th is no good for the Ledge Advocacy Committee.
Okay.
So they want to do the 21st. You have an email.
Okay,
For
good.
Ledge. Okay, meeting adjourned.
Well,
I did second your motion.
all right, well, can we not skip 2 items next time so that we can?
I'm sorry.
Future agenda items. The board requests. We'll do that next time. Well, she wanted to go, it's after 12.
Yeah, but we had till 12:30.
That's true.
I'm still being asked if there's any special meetings in February. I'm still working with the president to determine that. There isn't a desire to have extra meetings, but if something changes with this situation that we need you to know, or something that has to get ratified, we may have to have one. I have to think about that. We did send them a date. I thought we picked a later date, so we better check. Fatima, do you know when the joint meeting is with the city?
We send them a date, we're waiting for them to confirm.
What date?
April, I believe.